and by biological fraternity, her name is Chioma Omero. Her Excellency, you are welcome to the microphone.
We work under Chukwu Airlines, as in we are his affiliate. We don't take off or land, we just go. Between Instagram and Facebook, we fly you those two. There will never be a need for baggage, so it will never lose. We take off on time, all the time, every time. 365 days of the year, we are on. So we don't really need a CP department in our airline. We just be going like that. Until you see that Instagram has maybe suspended us. And that's a different matter altogether. Yeah, so thank you all for being here. I'm going to be co-emceeing with Mr. Chukwu. I don't know why he just introduced me and left me. Sir, is this how you treat your affiliates? You desert them and be going? Okay, we needed to, yeah. We needed to sort that out. Make sure that, yeah, they are inside. Yeah. As soon as we get everyone situated and settled in, we're going to go ahead and start formally. And we are told that we have to start, not we're told, we have to, must.
We have started. What we are doing is what we do in the cockpit. So don't think that we are doing it out of. We are demonstrating demonstratically. Yes. So thank you very much. We want to start this program spot on. And if you have the program in your hand, this program is going to be started with a national anthem as our opening prayer. And if that is the case, it is my pleasure to ask you to hold your book if you don't know how to recite the national anthem. Because it know be your made to. This thing have flaws on people at the floor of the National Assembly. If you can recite it fluently, you don't need to bother holding your book. But if not, we made provision. Don't launch people into tables. I will invite them, sir, man. Thank you. Is there any, do we have national anthem there? Shall we be upstanding, please?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you very much. Shall be seated. We have very few recognitions here. And if you're recognized, please, where are the ushers? Do we have the ushers here? The ushers, please.
Yeah, they're in the terminal outside.
Donate some ushers. Donate some ushers.
They're in the terminal outside.
But what is this? I'm seeing some people like all this Chidima that came second. You know, the first runner. This one, are you that Chidima? You are not. Help this young lady to go for Chidima things. A round of applause for Chidima, please. She came first runner of the whole world, Miss Universe. You should usher, as I will announce, to the high table, to the white chair, Mrs. Amaka Echetabu of Ibom Air, representing George Uresi. Can you please bring her to the front row?
Can we put our hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen?
Make sure she's not holding
Thank you
anything.
very
No.
much.
Collect everything she's holding, including her eyeglass, even if she will not see after you collect it. Yes, let us sit down.
I apologize for my CEO's behavior. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. Up next, we'd like to invite to the white chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, help me put your hands together and welcome Ncaa Folami, who's the president of Ncaa. Can we put our hands together for him? He's already here. You're very welcome, sir.
Ncaa Folami came with a team. But
team.
it's not like the team of Nigeria that lost yesterday. This one is another team, very effective team. Not that team that lost her to you.
Once again.
This one is a better team.
I'm so sorry. we had talked about how we're going to behave during this flight, but situations beyond my control. Where's my CEO? I can do nothing but obey. Can we please welcome from ValueJet, Trevor Henry? Can we put our hands together for them, if they're here, to come to the white chairs? And from Virgin, Nigeria, can we please put our hands together for John Westerhoff? Can we put our hands together for them as they come? Virgin representatives. Can we please put our hands together? He's already seated. Please, Alem Balu, who is representing the Immigration Service. Can we put our hands together for them? You're very welcome, sir. With his team, thank you very much for coming. Let's welcome first Baba Isa. I'll put our hands together for them as they come to the white chairs. Can we put our hands together for him? First Baba Isa.
First Baba Isa. Okay, he's there. Ushers, go and carry him.
Not carry him, just lead him to the white chair.
Violently carry him.
Escort him to the white chair.
First Baba Isa is one of our key note speakers. He's going to be speaking to us. Some people will be sparking, some people will be speaking, and some people will be spoken. There will be a variety of things that you will going to entertain you with. If you are not speaking, you are sparking. You must do one.
I'd like to invite Mr. Michael Achimugu, who's the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, to come at this time.
Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection and the host of this program.
Yes, he was at the road show yesterday.
A better round of applause, please.
Doing a lot of talking and disseminating of information.
Yes. Mike Achimugu is the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection at the Ncaa. And he's the one hosting us here today. So when they say the round of applause for him, commensurately give him a round of applause that he deserves to have convoked this assembly. It's not easy. Do something better for him, please. That you are doing is for the Ncaa. Thank you very much. You're welcome. You guys, please.
Do we have any representatives from the Customs Service or from the Army, from the Air Force? Do we have any AFSEC? Do we have any representatives from there? If we do, please make yourself known. I see someone just rose up from his seat.
Maybe he's going to We.
No, he's not. He's coming this way.
Okay.
CEO, like really, sir, Ncaa Airlines. Let's fly straight. Let's fly straight.
Please, may we invite to the high table also the chairman of LAC, League of Airport and Aviation Correspondents, Suleiman Idris, to the high table, please. Suleiman Idris. Where is he?
He stepped out. He'll be coming.
His seat is waiting for him here. Thank you very much. Do we have the representative of ICO Insurance? ICO Insurance. Are you here? Is he here? ICO Insurance. Not yet.
Not yet. They'll be here shortly.
Let me also very warmly and courteously declare that everybody sitting here is seated on a high table. You were carefully selected to be here. And it is not anything that was any decision taken very casually. It was very well and strategically analyzed before you were brought here. Because there must be something we're going to be doing here and doing it very differently. Communicating the information that the stakeholders need to have. So if you are here, make welcome yourself with a round of applause. Welcome. I didn't say welcome another person. Yourself. Thank you very much. Suleiman Idris, your chair is here. All the members of LAC that are here, you are highly welcome. Can you just give us a wave offering? Just wave for us. Let us appreciate you. Thank you very much. You're highly appreciated, please. Thank you and God bless you. We are here.
We'd also like to make welcome Barth Agbere, the Deputy Commander, NDLEA. Can we please put our hands together for him as he comes? Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome, sir.
We are still here for a singular reason that has multiple impacts. And the reason is Consumer Protection National Stakeholder Summit. And this is the Lagos region version. This thing, I believe, we go region by region. So if you are multi-regional in your operation, take the one from Lagos region. If you go to another region, you add another one. And before you cover all the regions, you would have been carrying overload. But the important thing is that gather enough information as much as possible. Can we have it?
So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, to give us a welcome address is a man, of course, who needs no introduction. He was with us at the roadshow yesterday, doing his bits to disseminate information to all of the consumers at the airports. So please help me one more time. Put your hands together and give a very hearty welcome round of applause to Mr. Michael Achimugu, who is the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection at the Ncaa.
Because of time, I crave your indulgence to skip individual protocols, please. Dear highly esteemed aviation stakeholders, we are gathered here today because we all want the same thing, a much better aviation industry. This is not the time for flowery words or showboating. We must brace ourselves for the uncomfortable yet unavoidable conversations that need to be had. Today we must answer the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how. This is why we have invited aviation personnel whose duties impact directly on the travel experience of passengers. Not just Nigerian passengers, but every passenger who passes through the Nigerian aviation airspace. From fan personnel to Ncaa's air traffic controllers, from baggage handlers to the Nigeria Customs Service, and from the famed travel agents to the Nigeria Immigration Service. The list also includes the regulating authority, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, Ncaa, and of course, airlines operating in our dear country. Yesterday, while leading my team on the road and terminal awareness campaign, an airline management staff, he confronted me, and he said, the Ncaa is always taking the side of passengers. Now, he spoke respectfully. Don't get me wrong. He spoke respectfully, but it occurred to me that he genuinely believed this to be. We are inundated with allegations from passengers that we are on the side of the airlines alone. What a difficult situation to be in. But it is why today we have invited every stakeholder to come and answer their name, answer for themselves, the critical questions that are begging for answers. Over the years, the problems with meetings like this one has been the lack of follow-through. It's been a lot of talk, huff and puff, and no action. Under the leadership of Captain Chris Najomo, today's Ncaa does not intend to be a mere statistic in the dustbin of history. We are here today to splash colors on the canvas of history, and we will collaborate to fix the industry, for whatever it's worth. The best time to get this sorted is today, if we have missed the opportunities from the past. As we begin to deliberate, please bear in mind that we must approach these discussions from a place of honesty and patriotism. Let us not talk for the sake of speaking, but with a sense of pride that upon our shoulders rests the present and future of an industry so important. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has centered his economic plans upon it. I guess the question becomes an adjustment that will not compromise safety and security, but will also uplift the travel experience of passengers for whose sake this industry exists. I also invite all passengers to remember that airlines are in business and must make certain decisions based on the same principles that passengers themselves apply to their personal businesses as well. Therefore, we must strike a balance in the best interest of all parties. So, as you as a passenger insist on having your rights protected, also do well to honor your responsibilities as clearly stated in Part 19 of the Ncaa Regulations 2023. On behalf of Captain Chris Najomo, Director General, CAA Nigeria, I want to welcome us all, and I wish us fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves a round of applause. Can we put our hands together for him again? I'll let my CEO.
Thank you very much. This morning, we are making every effort possible to greet good morning until we round off this session, because they are supposed to happen in the morning hours. If you check your program booklet, I'm a regulator, I stick to time. So the group photograph of applause for the DG and the director speaking together. We will now go for our group photograph. A round of applause for the DG and a round of applause for the director. He wore 2 caps and he executed very well. Thank you, sir. Group photograph is supposed to be where? All the airlines represented here. I want to believe that most of the airlines are represented here. Arik Air, you are here. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. God bless you. Aero Contractors, are you here? Are you contractors, please? Ibom Air, if you are here, be upstanding for recognition. Thank you very much. Airpeace. Airpeace. If you are here from Airpeace, please kindly stand up for recognition. Airpeace. United Nigerian Airlines. Can you be upstanding for recognition, please? Thank you very much, United. We have Max Air here. Max Air. Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome. Appreciate them. Rano Air. Rano Air. Value Jet, are you here? If you're here from Value Jet, be upstanding. Are you from Value Jet too? I've called you before now.
You said you should be upstanding, so he upstood.
This one a double portion.
Because you said it should be upstanding, so
double portion.
CEO.
Oh yes. No, that double portion. You too chop. So as I was saying.
I apologize.
All right. Which other airline have I not invited? Foreign airlines. Like which of them, sir? Virgin Nigeria, Qatar, KLM. Are you the airlines? Air France. Air France, please. A round of applause for him. KLM. Are you a KLM? Even in this your small body. Turkish airline. Turkish airline. Ethiopia. The person representing Ethiopia must be very big.
CEO, sir. I've been told we need to move on with the picture session.
So all the airlines, as I get your name, I will recognize you. You'll be highly appreciated and recognized. Thank you for coming, and thank you for coming indeed. Can we make the progress?
So this photo session should not be long. We're really going to literally click and move at this time. So I would like paparazzi already
Director, please.
on standby.
Let him come here.
Cameras and everybody's ready. So I'm going to ask Director to please come up to the front, and we're going to start with all of the dignitaries in the white chairs. We'll start with that, and then because it's just a photo session. It's just a photo session.
Yes.
So I'd like to have you on stage, please, sir. So I would like to invite all of our dignitaries on the white chairs. Please join our director on stage.
All the occupants of the white chair. Airline representatives, all the airline representatives, all airlines.
If you are representing any airline.
I'm saying, if you are representing any foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic, please make your way to the front very quickly. We don't want to be long. We want to take this picture.
I learned that by Courtney Aviation is here. I want to believe that not every staff of the airline, one person per airline. We will take one person per airline. Please. One person. By Courtney Aviation is here. Where are you, ma? By Courtney Aviation? One person per airline, I say.
I'd like to ask, please, our photographers, the paparazzi, please be mindful that members of the audience also would like to see what's going on. So if we could just be aware of our standing, and we have our...
No, SSA to the DG, please come to where they will see you clearly. IFEC, IFECO. Yes.
So paparazzi, are we good? Are we good? Are we good?
Okay.
Are we taking our pictures?
Those who are here, director, wait.
Directors, please wait.
Don't go yet. We can liberate the other people, but not you.
Yeah, there are a few people that we can't let go.
You know this liberation song. You know, the rest can go to their seat.
Do stand, sir. Do.
Okay.
Do that for us. If I could, good to see you. The face off. Yes. That's the face off. When you see her face, know that,
I want to believe that the tea is ready for the break. Hello? Cassie, is there tea for any break? Okay. Well, Director will be here for the next session of group photograph. After this one. 5 minutes. Okay, Director, wait. They say we should give 5 minutes before tea.
5 minutes, okay.
So if you now know you are representing any other agency I have not invited, please come out for the group photograph.
I'm so grateful that our airline does not leave the ground, because with our CEO like this, well, no, we don't use such.
Okay.
No.
True. Maybe we listen to the first discussion as we're waiting for the tea.
For the first panel?
Yes.
Is that what you are proposing, sir?
Director is of the strong opinion
That we should just go ahead.
that we should start talking to ourselves now.
Okay, so
We should start talking to ourselves.
Okay, so
So that before you go for tea break,
they can just
you
talk.
must have taken some
something.
thoughts.
Yes, some
No?
ideas.
Talk
Yes.
is not cheap.
Then you can share it over the tea break.
Yes.
Yes.
Talk is not cheap.
I know.
Some people say talk is cheap. It's not cheap. Okay, Director. Yes.
I don't know how I got this job working under Ncaa Airlines, but I'm not sure.
You know, she is President Ncaa. How are you, sir? When I grow up, I want to be like you. Thank you. You know, let me also announce to us that we have NDLA here. You know how they look at people? If you do anyhow, you see anyhow. His job here is, if you shout at me, I will call him to go and assess you whether you took something. So don't try me.
Augusta, our CCCEO is calling you.
Yes, sir.
Can we please invite up to the panel Mrs. Amaka Ejetabu, who's the representative from IBOM Air, for her presentation. Can we give her a round of applause as she comes for her presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, let's do better than that. Put your hands together for her. It can't be easy to stand up here in front of people and speak, so please.
Okay, I'm not gifted with height, so I will scoot a little bit to the side so I can be seen. I want to extend hearty greetings to everybody. I especially want to salute Mr. Michael Achimogo, Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, for putting together this laudable event. I am here with a lot of greetings from all of us at IBOM Air. Particular greetings from George Uriesi, whom I stand to represent. He really looked forward to coming for this event, but suddenly duty called and he had to run for it. So do please pardon his absence. I will do my utmost best to represent him. Let me first of all go over the topic. Repositioning the Nigerian aviation industry for operational excellence, 1, service excellence, 2, and economic viability, a renewed and inclusive regulatory dialogue. This is the topic we have to deal with. I want to say here that it's not really a very difficult thing because we are not reinventing the wheel. We are gifted to function in an industry that has existed for a very long time. And because it has existed for a very long time, there have been age-old, established, tried and tested rules and regulations, guidebooks, you name it, that have already been put in place by global authorities in the business like the ICAO and IATA. So it's not really a very difficult thing that we're being asked to do. It's just for us to see how we can adapt, create, and cultivate things in such a way that it embodies us as a culture and our ability to comply with regulations. That's basically what we're all about. I must say, I've been in this industry for quite a few decades, at least 3. And I must say that in the past few years, anybody who's been around long enough, you would acknowledge that when it comes to the NCAA, it has been humanized, unmasked, and made very user-friendly for all of us. This cannot be in any way disputed. I don't think it can. If you feel you have an argument, let's hear it. I remember back in the day, when you hear from NCAA, wow, that's big, that's serious. These days, we generally banter with each other. I don't feel condemned. I want to speak as an airline representative. I don't feel condemned by the NCAA. I was very surprised with what the director said, that he was approached by somebody who said they are always for the consumer. Well, I'm here to kind of, sort of, dispute that. I feel very secure with the NCAA. Ibom Airlines feels very secure with the NCAA. I must say that.
Thank you.
Why do I say this? Not because they don't slap our wrist. They do. But when they come to us, they don't come to us with condemnation. They come to us with collaboration. They are patient to hear our side of the story. And when we tell them our side of the story, it works. I mean, they represent us before the passenger, and we have a voice. I must say we have a voice. So to that end, I do not think that the CPD, in fact, it has lost its monster status. It has. So at this point, I say, when I say that there's hardly a day I don't get an email from CPD. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean we're always breaking the rules. Sometimes they're, I always get emails from CPD, but they're usually clarifications. Sometimes they query, but they ask you questions and they let us talk. So to that end, I want to say that we have a CPD that's very active, CPD that's engaging. I agree seriously with this part of the statement that says a renewed and inclusive regulatory dialogue. We are invited to the table, and we come and we share our own perspective. I say this very seriously because I have also had other organizations, more generic organizations, get in touch with us. And you know that you're immediately being vilified and condemned with exactly how they exactly how they get in touch with us. With NCAA CPD, when they say consumer, they're not just talking about the customer, they're talking about us as well. We are part of the consumer event. So to that end, I just want to say NCAA CPD is working. They are really working, and I appreciate that. Yeah, they're working, and I appreciate that. Are we there yet? We are not yet there. But that is why we are gathered. That is why we are gathered here. We are gathered here to forge a way forward, to dialogue, to come up with ways in which we can do things. Technology, technology, technology. Yes, I hear technology, but most important is the human capital. Because the human capital is what will drive and define the technology that we need. The human capital, our orientation as a people, our disposition, the development and engagement of the human capital, all of us, from the guy who fixes the light bulb, how does he view himself? How does he work? Does he wait to be incentivized to do his job? Or does he understand that he's the one in charge of illuminating and electrifying the entire aviation space? Or he's part of it? How does he view himself? Is he developed and honed in his skill to view himself appropriately? To the guy who, different things that we do, who cleans the bathroom? How do they view themselves? What is the mindset? What are the mindsets of these people? Do they just sit in the toilet and greet you good morning until your ears are nearly dropping off, or celebrate handing you toilet roll, or they're just there, they do their work and they step aside and let the facility work. Let the facility speak for them. These are human capital issues that we need to, there's a lot of reorientation needed for all of us, both those of us that work in the aerotropolis, in the airport environment, and those of us who, passengers who come in. It's a lot of orientation. I want to say this. I went to Accra, been to Accra a number of times recently. And it's amazing to me. People at the airport are programmed to just smile. They smile and they're nice and they're polite. I've never been to the toilet and had somebody greeting me 10 times and giving me toilet roll, and, all that stuff. It's a pleasant experience. It's good to copy, but copy well. I went away feeling that, wow, this should be good to bring into space as well in the industry. So what am I saying here? There's a lot of room for development in the human capital space. A lot of room for development. Things need to turn around. And guess what? It is a one-man conference between myself and yourself, and we need to have that conversation with ourselves and decide to turn around. It starts with us. It starts with each and every one of us. When the human capital is turned around, then technology will work. If we bring technology into a faulty human capital environment, it will work for some time, but the human capital driver will definitely affect it. We talked about, it says service excellence again. We're talking human capital, how we behave, how we treat our customers, and so on and so forth. And economic viability. Do you know, people talk tourism. Tourism is me and you walking and standing and doing things properly and making the place encouraging for people to come into. For those of us who are in the aviation space. We are working tourism announcements, each and every one of us. So at the end of the day, it is human capital. When we get it right in the human capital space, how we behave, how we've evolved, our engagements, and so on and so forth, our interactions with each other, then tourism will find its place. That's one way to generate revenue. We're talking about an economic viable aviation experience. That's where tourism comes in. We are, first of all, the tourist attractions. So in everything that we do, look, it's not in the big things, it's not in the gigantic things, it's not in the big words, it's in the simple things, very, very simple things that we do. Each and every one of us. This is a call. It is a call for us to join the dots, to realize that this thing I'm doing here what impact will it have in a few steps down the road? These are the things that matter, So let me round up quickly because I know that there's a lot to be said, but I will nip it in the bud and cut it short. Like I said earlier, we're not reinventing the wheel. There is nothing extraordinarily new we're going to do, but the only new thing we need to do is to readdress ourselves as the human capital that drive the industry. We need to reorientate our minds and everything. Technology will work if we are programmed to make sure it works, if we agree to see to it that it works. And our concepts, our applications, our ideology, our behaviors towards it, human behavior, is what will make it work. If not, we'll just be selling a lame duck or, building a white elephant. It will work for some time, but if our culture is not addressed, it will end up like every other white elephant. So I think that CPD has called us here today to dialogue, to come up with a commitment from each and every one of us that the aviation industry has to turn around. I don't think they've called us to look at, is it half full or is it half empty? They've called us to address issues and for us to engage, agree to collaborate, and carve a way forward. Half empty can become half full. Half empty can become full, 75% full, as we make progress. Having said all this, I think I will let others have a go at this. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful to have this first say. And yes, thank you.
Can we give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Do me a favor, look at your neighbor, say neighbor. No, you didn't say it, say neighbor. Neighbor. Say neighbor, lay. Oh, my neighbor. It's me and you. Yeah, it's a collective effort, okay? It's not by ourselves. Ma, you forgot to mention the lady who is announcing the flight departures and checking in. I don't know exactly which country she's from because the phone of her announcements. We talk about the lady in the bathroom, the man who's fixing the lights, but announcing the departure of flight, she will hit to Lagos. None of us know where she's talking. I missed my flight because of her before. I was sitting at the terminal 3 hours before my flight because I'm compliant. But I was hearing, separately to Lagos. I said, where is Lagos? I was asking, I went to him and said, sir, is this my flight? He said, no, it's not your flight. Flight was going. I heard the second announcement, to Lagos. I said, where is Lagos? The man says, is it you? He said, no, ma, it's not your flight yet. I sat there till I was the only one in the terminal waiting for the flight to Lagos. But the flight has flown already to Lagos. By the time I found out, I was in Abuja and the plane was where? In Lagos. So she also needs help with her, I don't know, whether we'll just tell her, madam, English only? Any other roll of tongue, just leave it. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. So we're moving right ahead. So ladies and gentlemen, now help me please welcome for another presentation. He's going to speak to us very quickly. So I'm not going to call his name with phone. I'll try and say it in proper English. So please help me welcome for this presentation from Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please welcome first Baba Isa to come and give us his presentation. Can we put a hand together for him?
So I will scoot a little bit to the side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for having me. Mr. Mike Achimogu, thank you for putting this together.
we didn't know that CPD exists. We have been flying for years, but since you guys came on board, we are beginning to feel like we are being cared about. You know, people care about us. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, the theme of this event is achieving increased adoption of digital technology in air customer complaint management. Now, the key thing there for me is air customer complaint, because I was told, when I looked at the list of the 3 keynote speakers, I was able to decipher that the first speaker that just left will be representing or speaking from the airline owner's perspective. Then the third speaker, who is coming after me, will be speaking from the regulator's perspective. Then I was invited to share my thoughts from what? The customer perspective. So I came to complain. So when I complain, then the regulator and the airline owner will now decide how to adopt digital technology in managing my complaint. Is that not the team? So me, I go complain. Airline owners, the regulators will hold maybe an after meeting after this and decide to say, all the complaint, the customer rep came to complain. This is how we will manage it by adopting technology. So that's how I understand it. And you know, I prepared a very beautiful paper, fine paper, using very nice grammar. If you see that paper, you will like the grammar. I was using grammar like disembarkation, embarkation, like that. Fine paper. But after I finished yesterday, I was like, I think that my paper, when I finish, represents one of the challenges we have in the aviation industry. Too much grammar. You know, I just said, okay, let me just change approach. So yesterday around 5-6 in the evening, I just created a group. I started adding my friends, my colleagues who I knew are regular flyers. I just add them in the group. Some of them were shouting, who created this group? Add me. I say, calm down. It's not a Shelby group. You know, you are thinking it's December. It's actually, I say, no, it's not a Shelby group. Don't worry. I just want to get your perspective. I'll be speaking tomorrow in Lagos. And what are those complaints? What am I going to take to these people? Don't just tell me what you've experienced once, but at least what has been a repeated occurrence in your experience as a regular flyer, both in domestically and internationally. About 15 persons, regular flyers, and now shared a couple of stuff that are like recurring decimals in our experience in flying locally and internationally. Now, one thing I like about this sector is that even when you are addressing airline owners, when you are addressing regulators, you are also addressing your co-travelers, because even airline owners fly, regulators fly. Is that not true? So whether you are a media person here, you are a regulator, you are the owner of Air Peace, Virgin Atlantic, you also fly. So you have experienced the upsides and the downsides of flying. You have experienced the best of customer care and the worst of customer care. So you can relate with what we are going to share. So we'll share our complaints, what we experience, and also maybe make some suggestions on how we think our complaints should be better managed. You know, airlines, there's something generally, number one, I want to make it, let me start from number one. There's something we notice about the aviation sector. Being a lawyer, though I don't want to go into a lot of legalese, we know the Part 19, the regulations and whatever. We know the obligations of airlines to us, and we know our obligations and duties to the airlines. But generally speaking, as a starter, one thing we observe as consumers as flyers, as customers, is that airlines never ever fails in holding us accountable to our duties and obligations. Okay, let me give you an example. Who here in this hall has ever failed? You do no show and you were not charged. Airline no decrease. They must charge you. True or false? When it comes, no. If you default, that is when airlines will show you they are effective and they are what? Efficient. They will hold you accountable. You must pay for no show. You must pay. That is just one example. But now, generally speaking, when you go to their own obligations and duties they owe us, they hide all their responsibilities in a hellfire of grammar and constant explanations that we cannot understand. For example, I missed my flight, no show, I will pay. If they cancel, no compensation. So it's not that they are ignorant of the duties and the responsibilities that flows from one side to the other and vice versa. It's just that, I don't know, it's a complaint or CPT, I don't know. Is it that the regulators don't hold them accountable to do their duty the way they hold us accountable to do our duty to them? 3 weeks ago, I was billed. I traveled to Warri. I left for Warri. I was billed to be at the Federal High Court, Warri. So, and I was to come back on a Thursday because I have a criminal matter on Friday in Abuja. I was in court when I got a message that my flight has been cancelled. I don't even know. I was totally confused. That is when I discovered that there was actually a train from Warri to Lokoja. So I called the airline. I said, my flight has been cancelled. Okay, can you just put me for tomorrow, the Friday? Say the Friday is fully booked. Okay, can you put me, can I fly to Asaba? He said, Asaba is fully booked. How am I going to get to Abuja? It's a criminal matter. You know, you can laugh. But criminal matter, if you are the one in detention and your lawyer is not in court, you will not laugh. Because if they bring my clients to court for a criminal matter and I'm not there, they will adjourn, and you know Nigerian justice system. We're talking about another 3 months or 4 months adjournment. And that my client, you can smile, but it's somebody's husband, it's somebody's brother, it could be yours. But just because of how the airline treated my schedule and my itinerary, the risk is that my client was actually truly brought to court and I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Till today, they did not answer me. Even 1 naira compensation, they have not paid. It doesn't matter to them. I will keep repeating what I said earlier. But just imagine that I did not show up for that flight when the flight was flying. Who bombed me where to use the ticket again without paying extra? True or false? No, we are flyers now. So these are the things we should look into. Because I say it at the risk of sounding boring. I'll repeat it that my joy is that in a forum like this, you cannot just come and sit down and say, I am a regulator or I am an airline owner. No, you can't just do that because you are also a flyer. You must have experienced this stuff. Then, that is number 1, cancellation, flight delays. Nobody talks about compensation. Nobody answers us. We have also very poor customer service. The airlines, you will call, and the calls are not even toll free, right? That you call and call. Just pick call now. Since at least there's something airlines do very well. I appreciate that. Airlines, I don't know the kind of training they give their customer care service. These guys are so good in saying sorry. They're magnificent. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. They will kill you with sorry, and they will never resolve the issue. That, oh boy, they are good in saying sorry. So at least just pick the call. They will never pick the call. At times, You wait. When the call connects, it will just drop off, right? And then repeat, this call is not toll free. So that is one complaint. I don't know how we are going to adopt technology to manage that. But we should do that. We're in the 21st century, this is 2024, when we're talking about AI. People are already buying plots of land in mass. And I can't call Airpeace customer care or Ibom Air customer care when Elon Musk is already selling plot of land in mass. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Then another thing is about still on communication. I don't know who told Nigerian OAPs, pilots, people that announce flights, who told you that the best way to look professional is to speak through your nose? We don't hear you. Where do we get this thing from? Why is it that effectiveness in the aviation sector has been defined to be what is that? I have a cousin, this girl, we grew up together, she was speaking well, I used to hear her. One day she got a job with an airline. I don't hear Alice any longer. I don't hear her any longer. What is wrong with you? Like, for Christ's sake, no. You can say you are laughing, I'm not laughing, because you are our sister. We know you. Madupe is not you that grew up in Ikoyi. Speak, let your brother hear you. So we sacrifice proper communication efficiency for all this kind of what they call tushness that I don't understand. So we can do better than that. So the purpose for me in the adoption of AI is clarity and not bamboozling your hearer. Right? It's clarity. Once I can't hear you clearly, you are failing to serve me properly. You are failing to serve me properly. And that is not very good. Then as I round up booking, we don't get the issues resolved. Let me say something else. I booked my flight yesterday evening to be in Lagos this morning. I came in with the first flight from Abuja. And I booked another flight, I'll be leaving this evening. And those two flights, there's none I paid less than 175,000 naira. Now, this is our complaint. Somebody said this in that group I shared. Now, if I am going to pay 175,000 naira for a flight, hidden charges, it makes us very sad. Tell us here that add everything, let us see event and the expense of COVID. The in-flight services have become poorer and poorer. Very bad. I don't know, maybe somebody told airline operators that once we are like 35,000 feet high, we become children. So they begin to give us bobo, all those things that we will not even struggle with our children at home. There's no creativity in the in-flight service. There's no creativity. It still has to do with this issue of thinking that you have to look foreign to be effective. For Christ's sake, there are a lot of Nigeria is very rich in agriculture. There are a lot of things you can give us up there. I know basically it's about an hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes flight. It's not necessarily that I must always go there to eat. But serve us something that I am not my child's playmate. Don't give me bobo. Those things. I don't eat bobo down here. Right? And you come to me, you serve me bobo in well-spoken English. Don't give me bobo and those stuff. We have to be creative in our in-flight services. We have to be really creative. And you will not gaslight us, because I've spoken to somebody that somebody was gaslighting us. They come up and say, must you chop anything, chop, and we must chop. You want to make me feel guilty of sins I have not committed. If like I'm flying by this evening for 175,000 naira, I should chop. I'm not saying you give me pound the yam or something. Give me something I eat downstairs here. Don't give me nosy too. Do you get my point? Get my point? for a flight that is 100, 200,000 naira, there are a lot of creative things we can do. Then finally, I'll just round off here. There was a day I was flying from Lagos. I flew from Abuja to Lagos. I'm based in Abuja. So I flew from Abuja to Lagos to do an aviation matter in Lagos, Federal High Court, Lagos. And I was to fly to Calabar to do another matter at the Federal High Court. We took off. As we were flying, the pilot announced that he does not like the way he's feeling. There's something he's seen. He wants to go back. I was like, my God, you are flying aeroplane with feeling? No, that's how it sounded. He said, there's something here, this, like that. And he said he's going to turn back. And when he turned back, we took like fun. We experienced those kind of things, right? And I was asking myself, though my biggest problem that day was my fellow customer who, in spite of that announcement, was busy reading. And when we couldn't learn, he dropped his paper and came to me and said, oh boy, we cannot learn. I said, go and read now. Pilot say he's feeling something and you are reading. We're all panicking. So now, what is the complaint in this? The complaint is, we don't know. Now just lawyer Abi. Now know. Wetin make pilot go carry flights, go discover say no like am for up. That is scary. That is no proper customer service. So this comes under the heading of let's make our SP safe. SP safe. Now, I was saying that is finally, but I saw one that I like. Why is it that when it comes to refund, it takes forever to refund? Refund, yes. When you cancel a flight or when a customer asks for refund, it takes like forever to refund. We need to do better in this regard. It takes forever to refund. It's not good. It's not nice. Then, airline owners, I have, as at this moment, I have about 7 cases in 3 federal high court against airlines, including international airlines like iSky, Egypt Air, Qatar Air. And most times, when they fight their difference, I discover that the people they employ are actually not representing these airlines well. You have to look at the kind of stuff. Like there's a case I'm doing now. They are begging for settlement. They are really begging for settlement because they have lost already. They have seen it. The way the airline staff treated a disabled woman was pathetic. And I know you don't have to tell me there is no airline owner that will instruct their staff to treat a disabled woman like that. So he has to come with, when you have objectives, Ibon Air have objectives, Qatar have objectives. I say beautiful objectives. Do you make sure that your staff embody this vision, values, and objective in treating us well? These are our complaint. Manage it well, regulators, and adopt AI to manage it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Babaisa. Babaisa, first Babaisa owns FBI Legal. He's a renowned lawyer out of the federal capital city of Abuja. I see immigration working out. At just the point, I was going to assure the audience with questions that they are going to be on the panel to answer those questions. I don't know if the complaints they have heard from Babaisa makes them feel like there's fire coming for immigration as well. But what I want to assure you guys is this is how we are going to run it. After the third speaker has spoken from the regulator's perspective, then we'll bring up the panelists so that those of you dying to ask questions will be able to shoot. I'm tired of having to make videos endlessly defending passengers, defending airlines. Everybody is going to speak for themselves today. I have been speaking for the police force. I've been speaking for bag handlers. All those questions you have about your items being pilfered from your bags, stolen properties, extortion, which is why I wanted immigration to be here. Madam Amaka, you spoke about your experience in Accra. My experience in Accra too is different. There's nowhere I've been in my life I've been extorted like in Accra, at the Accra airport. It's one of those things I say to Nigerians on X, especially, because while we acknowledge the problems that we have here with all of our agencies, but we must also take into cognizance the areas where we're doing slightly well, better than other places. I have never, from the first people you meet there are the port health people. They extort the living daylight out of you. Customs, they must extort you. They do that to me every time. In fact, the last time I had to create a scene. It was the first time abroad I ever needed to introduce myself and say, I will use my office to fight this matter. I'm not giving you a dime in this place anymore. It happens in those places. Maybe they love your face, There's nowhere. Also, there's nowhere. I've been extorted in Miami, in Nairobi, Australia. That's one of the most corrupt places as well. So perhaps if you have questions tailored along those lines, prepare your questions. Don't worry, there'll be time for you to have those questions addressed. So let me do the MC's duty this time and invite Ifweko Abdul Malik for the final presentation, please.
Can we put our hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen? No. But before that,
yes.
Just before that, we have to make a few announcements just of some presence here with us. So ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, help me welcome CSP Celestina Carlo, who is the DPO Aswani Police Station. Please put your hands together. She's with us here. Thank you very much. Very well.
Stand up for recognition, ma'am.
Yes.
Just let us see you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. DCB Sunday Okay from Interpol Abuja. Can we put our hands together? You're very welcome, sir. Very welcome. And Dr. Karim A.O., who's the Director of Port Health. Can we put our hands together for them if they're here?
Okay.
You're very welcome, sir. You're very welcome. Yes, we'd like to invite Ifweko Abdul Malik. First, Baba Isa, you didn't add comedian to your
CV.
Stuff, to your,
Your profile.
You need to please add comedian. Add legal comedian, like, serious-ish type comedian. Because I was wondering, between laughing and trying to absorb the information you were giving us, it was funny, I felt like I just watched a stand-up show. That would, yeah. You don't take our jobs, please. I'm not a good lawyer. This all we
While
have.
we're waiting for Ifeko,
All we have.
let us all still say they serve you Zobo.
He said Bobo, CEO, Bobo. He wants chicken wings. He wants chicken wings. In economy, chicken wings. Then for business class, full leg and rice. So at least in economy, chicken wings and juice. So I think maybe we'll work on that. Mr. Baba Isa, we'll try to tell them to not give you Bobo anymore. Since you don't do Bobo on ground, why shall you Bobo in the air? Hello?
Sugar.
Yeah.
This young man, I think he has been critical in understanding the airlines and the operation. The way he has analyzed this feeding thing is as if
it's an issue. It's an issue.
He has a high level of.
I think you should be eating at home because like you fly, you come out of your house before breakfast, sir. Eat first. Just eat first. Wake up early and eat because you have to be here 2 hours before your flight. So eat.
This fooding thing.
It's a problem.
They say up there, they want to food you. They should food you well.
Don't give me bobo. I like it. I like that phrase. Please don't bobo me.
Can you tell the airlines what you want?
Roasted yam and palm oil. And palm oil, sir, with pepper. Okay. Would you like abacha? Unkwabi. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. Or father rice and stew. Just let us know. Just put your request that when you're flying next time, no bobo. No bobo. We'll just give you regular food.
No bobo, please.
No bobo, please.
Airlines, please. No bobo.
Give them real juice.
And the pilots, before you take your aircraft up there, be sure that you can get to their destination without any complaint. Is that what you're saying?
That's
the pilot does not want to die also. So if there is any snag in the aircraft, he will not take it to go and put it up there. These things can come up. Just like the other day I saw you along...
due operational reasons.
Along Maitama now. That day I saw you. You know, you were checking your tires that they were deflected. You didn't move it like that from the house. It just happened on the way. I saw him where he was checking his tires. So it can happen anywhere. The issue is that aviation has a way of resolving those things. Soon the pilot sees such development. There's what we call alternate airport. He will just make calls and learn. So that is what aviation provides. Don't think aviation is well structured that from take-off to landing there is something you can do at all times. And those things are well safety precautions verified processes. So that is what they call your safety management system must be active. Am I correct, Ncaa? That's what we do.
But even when it comes to our tickets, Nigerians don't read. We don't like to read. We don't read the fine print. You have paid for your ticket, you have paid for your ticket. So you ask for a refund. Read the fine print. We like to para before we read. It's like, yes, master, read your ticket. There's a stipulation there before you get your refund. Read it. Ask them to read it for you if you can't read it. Read it. Because we don't like to read. It's too much time. We take too much time to read and do these things.
Okay, thank you so much, Hugo. When I was young, I used to watch you on TV.
Wait, director, say where?
When I was a small boy, I used to watch you on TV.
When you were young?
Yes, I used to watch you on
You used to watch me on TV?
Yes.
Director, sir. As I beg to, sir. It's not because
Didn't
of
you turn
how I look.
65
No,
last
sir.
week?
No, sir. Wow. 65. Wow. Your director is trying me. Wow.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Chigo.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Consumer protection. Okay, now. I'm not being protected. I don't feel protected right now. I don't feel protected. I don't, really.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Please, while waiting for Ifueko, I'd like us to quickly use the next few minutes to do a little question and answer thing, because one, we need to save time, Remember, drug law is here. You can throw questions at them. Every time I return to Nigeria, their officers are always harassing me. Hey, come here. I'm like, what exactly is your duty here? The big man is here to answer some of those questions today. For the kind of accusations thrown at the police force, I kind of feel relieved that not much is spoken against the police force as far as the airport is concerned. I don't know if it's because they're not in the terminals, but if you have any questions for them, they are here. So we're going to pass the mic around. We're going to do just 3 questions before the next speaker comes up. Also, remember that some of the problems you have, especially when you do not receive your emails announcing cancellations and delays, is mostly with relations to people who use travel agents to book their flights. Ncaa president, calm down, sir. Yes, because I don't know if Ibom A will dispute this. Because this is the feedback from the airlines. When we hold them responsible, when a passenger says, I did not get notice of this cancellation, the airlines are saying most times the travel agent who booked that flight did not book that flight with the passenger's email or phone number. It's always their own. So the passenger doesn't get that information directly. Don't be me talking. You're free to throw those questions now so we can get quick answers.
I think we have an answer first. An answer already.
Yes, very briefly. Thank you very much, Director. Yeah. So good morning all. This is not the first time that we get a feedback like that. That it's because the travel agency did not put the customer details. But our speaker, Issa Baba, our speaker, I think that for purpose of this summit, which I congratulate you for, from the first day I met you about a year ago, I knew that we were going to be serious about the conversation of consumer protection. And the most important thing today, is that it's not until you start to wield the stick that people start to comply. The moment you start the conversation, people start to fall in line. I think we have moved beyond, if you listen to him, I think we have moved beyond not sending emails, it's a national embarrassment. Cancellations. He is not talking about not sending emails. He's saying that nothing is absolutely done when these things happen. He's saying that there are cancellations and nothing is done. There is no compensation. I will implore everybody to go and read an article. I'm running up now. Go and read an article. We are here to have frank conversations, just like she said, right? We are trade partners. And what we want to tell Nigerians is that, one, we apologize to the Nigerian traveler. All of us actors in this business. We apologize to the Nigerian traveler, and we want to carve a way forward. I implore all of us to Google the Department of Transport, DOT, America. About a week ago, October 28th, they have final rules that even apply to a non-refundable ticket. What you are entitled to, if there is a cancellation, what you are entitled to, if there is significant delay to your flight, it is clear. So it is no longer about whether an agent puts email address or whether an agent puts a phone number. Let us have very constructive conversations here today. Thank you very much, Oga. But more importantly, I congratulate you. You know I'm your fan.
Thank you.
Permit me to say that the Ncaa president said a lot of things but didn't answer the question. Listen, he did not answer the question. Do you agree? Those of you who have that question, was your question answered? Yes. Listen, you can't say it is no longer. If there is no flight cancellation or delay, would you be expecting a notification? So it originates from somewhere. Now, to the issue of nothing being done, the regulations are clear here as well. After 30 minutes, the airline must provide information. After 2 hours, refreshment. After 3 hours, 6 hours, and so on. If the flight is cancelled after 10 p.m., between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. the next day, accommodation. Now, we've been saying this thing a lot of times, and maybe we need to sit down with Ncaa again, because I need to understand properly the context from which you are approaching this thing. The regulations are clear. The occurrence of a flight disruption in itself is not what qualifies for an airline to be sanctioned. There are regulations that stipulate what must be done when there's a disruption. The question becomes, did the airline comply? Let me remove these glasses so I can see you very well. A lot of passengers, when they complain about anything, they expect the next thing to be sanction the airline. Sanction the airline. Did the airline provide you with refreshment after the stipulated time? Did they give you? Listen, excuse me. Now, is it possible, listen, is it possible that there are cases where this was not provided? Yes, absolutely. I'll be lying to say otherwise. But generally speaking, and I will continue to say this, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, that Nigerian airlines, given the peculiar environment we operate in, are doing very, very well. Yes, because see, and I'll give you this illustration again and again and again. In Miami, the former DGC of Argentina expressed genuine shock that airlines in Nigeria even pay refunds. Let me shock you, sir. She was speaking about relationship. It's why I prefer the approach we have now. There are many situations where the no-show was the passenger's fault. We are able to use relationship to make the airlines pay full refund. Nigeria is one of the few countries that do 100% refund, right? But you forget that the airline is a business as well. So, if you as a travel agent, you purchased my ticket, and you placed your email there, your phone number, and Ibom Air have sent you an email, why did you not notify me? That's not the issue, sir. No, it is an issue. It is an issue. You can't say it's not an issue. But wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's calm down. We'll all have an opportunity. Let's
Are
calm
you an
down.
agent? You're an agent.
Sir, don't shout. Oh, don't shout. Bring your voice down. Use your inside voice.
We
Use your
use
inside voice.
the bedroom voice.
Yeah, there, yeah. Use that one.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Aft.
Truth be told, we need to relate here as family. And I will give you reasons. I'm a corporate, and I will give you reasons. I don't put for domestic flights the email or phone number of my passengers for reasons. Some passengers are ignorant that I have an agent. What is my functionality if I will not represent my consumer properly? I put and truth be told, I get notification and I get mails, I get SMS. But sometimes I don't get. I have a particular case about couple of weeks back on earpiece. I had to call the sales. No, let's be truthful here. And I had to speak to the sales manager. He went to the back end and said, I've always customized my email and phone number. And the person at the desk, the lawyer, Baba Isa just said it. The staff we employ sometimes, she did an ignoramus attitude that day by not sending. Fortunately, that decision was made at that airline around 10:30 p.m. Some people are asleep. And it's the first morning flight. So I couldn't get. My passengers got to the airport and said, okay, we have rescheduled your flight till 5 p.m. And somebody who has a meeting in Abuja as at 10 a.m. I have to pay refund on my own. I did not escalate because, like my president said, we are partners. But to be told why some of us don't put that email is even if they send to my passenger who is traveling, he believes I have shouldered that responsibility on his or her behalf. So he might not even check SMS, just wake up, get to the airport, and even on his phone, that message is there. So it is for me now to always advise. I'm giving reason why some of us don't put it. Me, professionally, I will still not put it. I believe, let me be the face, act on behalf of my... But one thing is this, even when the airlines know this, a lot of times they put all the blame, it's your agent. We have never been treated as partners. We are treated as competitors. And they are our principal. Thank you.
Does an airline want to? I need an airline to speak. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Let me say something on this. Let me come out and categorically say that we, the airlines, are not perfect. We make our mistakes every now and then. It's human factor. It's called human factor. We make our mistakes every now and then. But more often than not, I'm going to address this isolated statement that the director CPD has made. If a travel agent puts his phone number or her phone number in the customer's contact details, that's who we're going to talk to. We're going to send the message to the travel agent. And it is the travel agent's responsibility to make sure that the customer gets that information. Most of the time, when the customer comes and they're screaming and shouting at the airport at us for not responding, for not letting them know they've come to the airport, their flight is canceled, we don't tell them anything without evidence. We actually go into our system, print out the message that was sent, and highlight the email address that was on his booking. He can also feel free, go check. This is who we sent your message to. You made a booking, this is the email you gave us, and we sent the message to this email address. We even, at IBOM Air, I work for IBOM. At the airport on some occasions, we will even call. We call our customers up and let them know. So Addressing this isolated case is talked about. There's no magic around it. If the customer's contact details are not in his booking, we're constrained as per what we can do. We can't do much except communicate with the person who is represented on, and it's that person's responsibility to communicate with the customer. If the person fails to do so, I guess we'll just settle down and get shouted at the airport, spoken to anyhow, in some cases, physically attacked by irate customers. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure there's still a lot of questions, but yeah, let's just do two more quickly. Very short. Yes, please.
Please use your inside voice. Thank you.
There's something I want to point out very clearly for the, sorry, I've lost my voice, for the airline operators. There's what we call real default and technical default in notification of cancellations and delays. Now, real default is when you don't inform the customer at all. But technical default is when you inform the customer but not within the timeline provided by the rules. For instance, for domestic flight, you must notify me of cancellation and delay 12 hours to the flight. So if you notify me 6 hours to the flight, you have not notified me. For international flights, the regulations say if there's a delay or cancellation, it must be 2 weeks. So if I get a cancellation a week to my flight, in law, that is no notification.
You people are clapping. I know this is the kind of thing you want to clap for. 2 weeks. What if you purchase your ticket the day before the flight? How will you get 2 weeks notification? How can I inform you 2 weeks ahead when you had not even purchased the ticket yet? You are clapping. This is the kind of things people like.
And people buy their ticket 1 hour before the flight. How do you get notification?
Some even go to the airport and buy.
At that moment. Need to fly. Nah. Mr. Issa, it's
the issue.
Look. If it was cancelled, right?
Now, I have a question. Yes, I have a question. Do you guys understand that aviation regulations are not peculiar to Nigeria? They are mostly global, all of them similar. Most countries you go. Everything the Ncaa president mentioned about the US is also in the Ncaa regulations here. As a matter of fact, I make bold to say, and I'm not boasting, you can go to I challenge you to go to any country in Africa and ask, Nigeria has the best consumer protection regulations in Africa. That's a fact. You could argue and say sometimes compliance has been an issue. No argument, right? Thank you very much. You could argue and say
director supporters on ground.
Maybe compliance sometimes, but not really that bad since we came on board. I'll speak about us. Not that bad. Yes? Now, on that thing you must remember, and the Honorable Minister has said this over and over and over, since sometimes you forget the regulations, you speak from a place of sentiment. Let me address that sentimental issue. Road travel in Nigeria now is bad. You know, time passed as recently as 2015. I could get up from 2 a.m. in Abuja and drive solo to Kanu, to Mina. Now I cannot do it. I don't travel by road. Even if you pay me, I will not come. Right? So my only other option, apart from train, even the trains get shut up sometimes, is flight. The Honorable Minister, the DGCA have informed us that we have a capacity problem. There's not enough aircraft in Nigeria to fly people. Once you recognize the problem that you have, the next step becomes, how do I work within the limits of our reality? Flight disruptions, even in the countries that we look up to, must happen, and they will never end. Talk more of here where we have issues. That is why the practice direction of the Cape Town Convention and recently IDERA have been signed. So hopefully more aircraft will come. But with travel agencies, for instance, how many of these cases where you feel your rights have been abused did you report to the NCAA? Because you see, we don't go forum shopping at the NCAA. Airlines can even sue us if we did not receive an official complaint and we're harassing them. So, apart from certain peculiar cases, if you go and drop a video on Twitter, for instance, or Facebook, and you think that because it's trending, I will automatically jump and start harassing a policeman for extortion, or NDLEA, or an airline, it's not supposed to be so, right? It's critical to understand that we work within the ambit of the regulations. Most times, even the lawyer speaking, I've known him, he's a brilliant lawyer, but even for a lawyer, aviation matters can be very tricky as well. It's not every lawyer that because you're a lawyer can handle an aviation-related case. You need to understand the regulations very, very perfectly. So even for him, there are some things he has said that I know are coming from a place of slight ignorance. Sorry for my friend. But when it's time for panel conversations, we will address those issues. So it's easy to clap for him because of Bobo. Wow, but when he gets here, we will know how far.
He wants chicken wings.
Thank you very much, Director.
Chicken wings.
Director, you came prepared though.
It's like Director woke up this morning and said,
you came prepared.
CP, I got it.
Today, not today.
I shall CP them. We are going to CP everybody.
Not today.
That's it.
Anybody who wants to undermine Ncaa, get ready. Well,
they shall be boboed.
We want to do another thing. Yes. She's sitting here.
She's sitting here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite very quickly someone I've actually known since secondary school. We went for secondary school here, right here, around the corner. Yes, from a while ago. So please help me make welcome Ifeko Abdul Malik, who's a Senior Special Assistant to GDCA, Assistant General Manager, Consumer Protection, and she's the face of Consumer Protection. So when you see her face, that's the face. Yeah. She do face. Take the mic, take the mic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ifeko Abdul Malik. I'm the Senior Special Assistant to the DG Ncaa. I also head the Flight Operations and Adjudication Unit of Ncaa. My presentation today is on the regulatory framework for fairness, inclusivity for consumers in the Nigeria aviation industry. Basically, what we'll be talking about today is the consumer protection regulations. The Nigeria civil aviation industry is a critical component of the nation's transportation infrastructure, supporting economic growth, tourism, and business connectivity. It has seen growth over the past few decades, but challenges persist in terms of fairness, inclusivity, and consumer protection. Just like everything that's been said here today, I'm sure most of the issues we receive will be on complaints on delays and cancellations, flight disruptions, poor passenger handling, and the likes. The key issues: rising consumer complaints, inequality and exclusion in access to aviation services, enforcement and compliance with existing regulations. That's the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations 2023, Part 19. Oops. What happened? Why the consumer protection regulations? Passengers are faced with issues such as flight delays, flight cancellation delays, poor service, and inadequate compensation mechanisms. The consumer protection regulations offers a strong regulatory framework to provide consumers with better protection against such situations, ensuring their rights are respected. Just a few days ago, my director and I were on a flight, and we were kept at the boarding gate for about 1 hour. And afterwards, we're taken to the foot of the aircraft and kept in the bus for another 1 hour. We know that if that happened in Nigeria, we know the outbursts from passengers. But again, we were out of the country and everybody really behaved themselves. So we know that some of the issues that happen in Nigeria, some of the shouts and complaints, it's not necessarily that the regulations don't exist, but passengers themselves do not know their rights and do not know where to draw the lines. Inclusivity and fairness. The aviation industry must be accessible to all segments of society, including people with disabilities, women, and marginalized groups. This includes equal air travel access and appropriate services for all passengers. In recent times, we've also received a lot of complaints from persons with reduced mobility. Again, we understand that a lot of these people do not understand their rights and responsibilities. We know that people with reduced mobilities just assume they can just walk into the aircraft, buy or walk into the airport, purchase a ticket, and go on the flight. But they have a responsibility to inform the airline that they will be traveling so that the airline can make appropriate arrangements for their travels. Fairness. Ensuring that all stakeholders, including the airlines, of course, passengers and airport operators are treated equitably. Consumers should be treated with respect and transparency, while airlines and operators should also benefit from clear, non-discriminatory regulations. And that's why we've designed the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations the way it is. Benefits of a robust regulatory framework. Enhance consumer confidence. We know that if passengers are aware that they have a body that will protect them when a flight is disrupted, we know that more people will fly confidently. We know that passengers will be willing to walk into the airport and take a flight, purchase a ticket, and take a flight, and know that in the event of a disruption, they have the CAA, the body responsible for protecting their rights. And this is why we have a regulation that has looked at the international aviation industry. We have looked at other regulations and seen that we have adapted it to our Nigeria content. Promotion of fair business practices, establishing transparent rules, we create a level playing field for all airlines and service providers, promoting fair competition and discouraging exploitative practices. Increased international confidence, of course. A reliable and fair regulatory environment enhances the image of Nigeria's aviation sector globally, encouraging international investment and boosting tourism. Aligning with global standards. By developing a national framework, Nigeria is aligning with international standards, making it easier for Nigerian carriers and airports to engage in global aviation and comply with international laws. The ICAO core principle on consumer protection says that in designing a regulation, government authorities should have the flexibility to develop consumer protection regimes which strike an appropriate balance between protection of consumer and industry competitiveness and which takes into account states' different social, political, and economic characteristics. We know how our Nigeria environment works. We know our people, we know our culture. So in designing our regulations, we took cognizance of all these factors to ensure that we are not designing a regulation that we can't even enforce. We can't get the airlines to comply, we can't get the passengers to comply. Because what is a regulation without enforcement? We'll quickly look at the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations. We understand that the airlines here already know the regulations. In fact, some of them know them more than us ourselves. And when they have disruptions, they know how to wiggle around the regulations to say, Amaka is smiling here. They know how to go around the regulations to say that, we did comply on this aspect. But quickly, let's look at the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations for the sake of our guests here. The Part 19 of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations addresses consumer protection issues, including assistance for persons with reduced mobility, assistance to aircraft accident victims and their families, compensation for denied boarding, delayed or lost baggage, delays and cancellations of flight, which is the most common. Part 19 prescribes minimum rights and responsibilities of passengers and airlines' obligations to passengers where there's an incident of overbooking and passengers are denied boarding against their will. A scheduled flight is delayed, a scheduled flight is cancelled, and passengers fail to discharge their responsibility. That's the obligation of passengers themselves. Highlights of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations, no-show overbooking, where passengers do not turn up for the flights. And then we have advised such passengers, when you go back to the airport and the airline, it's not necessary that you are fixed on the next flight without any form of payment. We know that some airlines would determine that you must pay a no-show fee or date change fee or change of class fee before you can get on the next available flight. Denied boarding as a result of overbooking, we see that a lot these days. Delays, cancellations, compensation, right to reimbursement or rerouting, right to care, persons with reduced mobility care, compensation for delayed, loss or damage, wheelchairs and other mobility equipment. For delayed flights, what the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulation says, after 30 minutes of the time of departure, the airline must provide passengers with information 30 minutes after, and every other 30 minutes after that delay. After 2 hours for domestic flight, the airlines must provide refreshment, telephone calls, SMS, and email options, so that can be done in voucher form. Beyond 3 hours, reimbursement and rerouting. We understand that some airlines have alliance with other airlines. So for instance, on domestic airlines, Airline A can place passengers on Airline B if that flight will be delayed beyond 3 hours. And reimbursement should be done immediately in cash if the payment for that ticket was done in cash, or if by voucher or credit card or any other option should be paid within 14 days. That's for domestic flights. For international flights, all refunds must be made within 14 days. We must stress that the regulation says that tickets purchased in cash must be refunded immediately in cash. For delays beyond 10 p.m. or 4 a.m. or at a time where the airport at the point of departure or the point of arrival is closed, the airline must provide passengers with hotel accommodation and transportation. For flights that are delayed beyond 6 hours, domestic flights, passengers are entitled to compensation. We also understand that, like someone mentioned just now, you buy a ticket and the airline is saying the flight has been moved to another time. We know that the airlines hide under schedule change, and we have taken care of that in the 2023 regulation. So if you're going to change a flight time, not later than 12 hours before the scheduled time of departure. So if you're saying that you're flying today and you change the flight 12 hours to this time, the passengers are entitled to compensation. It gives the passenger it gives them some change to purchase another ticket and continue on their journey. Passengers are entitled to compensation for schedule change. For cancellation, passengers are entitled to care, refreshment, hotel accommodation, transportation, reimbursement, rerouting. Passengers should be placed on other airlines so that they can continue their journey to their destination. And of course, compensation. Compensation will be paid for flights cancelled 24 hours before the scheduled time of departure for domestic flights and 7 days for international flights. Compensation is 25% of the fares for passenger ticket price for all flights within Nigeria, and 30% of the passenger ticket price for all international flights. When passengers are offered rerouting to their final destination on an alternative flight, the arrival time of which does not exceed the scheduled time of the flight originally booked by 1 hour for domestic flight and 3 hours for international flights, the airline is allowed to reduce the compensation by 50%. Like I said earlier, reimbursement shall be made in cash if the ticket was purchased in cash, or within 14 days if by credit card or other electronic means for domestic flights, and 14 days for international flights. Downgrade. We know that this happens when the carrier changes the aircraft and maybe there's an overbooking as well. So what we're saying is, if you place a passenger on a class lower than which the ticket was purchased, the passenger is entitled to the reimbursement of the difference in fare, as well as 30% of the price of the ticket for domestic flights and 50% of the price of the ticket for international flight. These payments must be made for domestic flights immediately and for international flights within 14 days. Persons with reduced mobility. Like I said earlier, we understand that a lot of persons with reduced mobility have been having issues traveling. There's a national law that says that no person should be discriminated against, and there should be inclusivity for all persons traveling within Nigeria. So a person with reduced mobility does not have to inform the airline that the person has a disability. However, the person needing assistance from the airline should inform the airline that they will be needing assistance from the airline. I hope that's clear. So a person with disability doesn't need to say, I am disabled or I have a disability. But if I need the airline's assistance, I should notify the airline so that the airline has enough time to prepare that service. So what it says here is, I hope the ground handlers are here as well. Provide facilities at the airport to enhance movement of persons with reduced mobility. No passenger. Airline shall ensure that no passenger is discriminated against on the grounds of his or her disability or reduced mobility. Then again, we'll come to the travel agents. We understand that some passengers purchase their tickets from travel agents and do not notify the agents of their disability need. The regulation says that when selling a ticket, whether airline, agent, or third party, you must ask the person, will anybody be needing any special needs assistance? Where you fail to do so, if the carrier does not take the passenger, the carrier has no fault. So it's a responsibility on everybody buying, purchasing, or selling a ticket to ask if the person traveling will be needing special assistance. The airline or agent shall give priority to persons with reduced mobility or any persons accompanying them. In the case of delays, cancellations, the first people to be taken care of are the persons with reduced mobility or persons accompanying them. The air carrier shall not leave, or its agent shall not leave a person with disability or a person with reduced mobility unattended for 30 minutes in a wheelchair or any other device in which the passenger is not independently mobile. So what that means is when you have a passenger on your wheelchair, every 30 minutes after the passenger has been placed on the wheelchair, the airline or ground handling agent must speak to the passenger, giving updates of the disruption or the time of flight or whatever needs the person has requested for. The airport operating airline staff, as appropriate, should be in frequent, every 30 minutes contact with the passenger. An air carrier or its agent or tour operator shall not refuse, on the ground of a person's disability or of reduced mobility, to accept a reservation for a flight departing or arriving at an airport to which the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulation applies. However, it also says that for safety or security reasons, you may deny a person with reduced mobility access to a flight. But that must be clearly seen that this person is a risk to the safe operation of that flight. Compensation for delayed, lost, or damaged wheelchairs or other mobility equipment. So for mobility equipment, there's 100% refund on any damage, lost, or wheelchair. So the airline should provide 100% replacement or refund for any damage on a mobility equipment or wheelchair for a PRM. Complaints and communication channels. I'm sure a lot of you are aware that recently the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority launched the Consumer Protection Portal. On this portal, we also have representatives of the airlines reporting flight disruptions and delays, real-time, on-time. This portal also gives access to complainants to lodge their complaints. And then you can also see airlines' performance on the portal. So if an airline has good OTP, you'll see the performance, you see the on-time performances, the number of complaints lodged against every airline. And then passengers themselves can assess, how the airlines are faring. So you want to know if this airline is doing very well customer service-wise. You can see all of that on the portal. We we have, the airlines logged as well. And then you can log on to this portal at cpd.nca.gov.ng, send an email to cpd@nca.gov.ng, or call us on 090-550-29506. 0905-5029-506. The email is cpd@ncaa.gov.ng, or the portal cpd.ncaa.gov.ng. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, in cognizance of international conventions and international service standards, designed its consumer protection regulatory framework for fairness, inclusivity, and customer satisfaction and strategic advantage. The regulation will enhance passenger satisfaction, create a level playing field for all airlines, promote inclusivity, and boost confidence in the Nigeria aviation sector. The NCA therefore seeks collaboration with all stakeholders to address consumer issues and provide immediate assistance and care for disrupted flights. We can ensure that the aviation industry continues to thrive while safeguarding the rights and interests of all stakeholders. The idea of this meeting today is to sit with all stakeholders who want a collaborative approach in addressing consumer issues. We know that the customers cannot fly without the airlines. We know that the airlines cannot operate without the passengers. So we must work together to ensure that Nigerians receive the best service in the aviation industry in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ifeko. She deserves a better round of applause, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to be inviting some of our guests to be on the panel that's going to be taking place in a short while. So as I call their names, just please make your way up to the stage and take your seat before we start the panel. So ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor, please put your hands together as I call them up. Representing the NDLEA, please put your hands together for Mr. Aigbirere Bath, who is the Deputy Commander of the NDLEA. Can we put our hands together for him as he comes up to the panel? I'd like to also invite once again Amaka Echetabo from IBOM Air. Put your hands together for her as she comes up to the panel. Ifweko Abdul Malik, I know she just spoke, but she's going to be speaking again. Put your hands together for her as she comes up to the panel. Representing Virgin Atlantic, please put your hands together for Mr. John Westerhoff as he comes up to join us on stage. And last but not least, please put your hands together as I invite DCP Solomon Oke from Interpol to come and also join us on stage. Can we put our hands together for him as he comes? I also like to invite Mr. Ncaa Folami to please come on stage. Can we put our hands together for him as he comes? And at this time, I'm going to hand this part of this afternoon's proceedings over to none other than our director, who is going to take over the panel. Can we put our hands together for our very able director?
Thank you. Thank you. So the time is here. We don't want to waste time. Please note that they are not the only panelists. Everybody else is also a panelist. As you can throw questions, same can be asked of you as well. Where do we begin from?
From this one.
Okay, so questions. The issue is we know the problems we have. We know the challenges already. We can keep regurgitating the questions, that we need solutions. I do not want us to leave this meeting without any sort of commitment to resolving some of these issues that we have. There's a lot of passenger complaints that could have been dealt with and resolved at the terminal, that didn't even need to come to the Ncaa officially via email, somehow, maybe between our consumer protection officers, and we'll deal with that issue later as well, there's something is missing along the line. Maybe we also need to do more as regulators with regards to awareness and all of that, which is what we are doing now. Yesterday we had a road walk. It was massive. It was successful. On Friday we are in Abuja repeating the same thing. First week of December we're in Port Harcourt, and then we won't stop. We'll continue until every passenger knows the right way to address their issues. But what are those issues? You know that flight disruptions are not caused only by airlines or even by FAN, for instance. Is there a FAN official here? They were invited, yes? Is there anyone here from FAN? Sorry, nobody has mentioned FAN since. Okay, we'll proceed. You know that sometimes disruptions can be caused by people handling your bags. Disruptions can be caused by the lack of inadequate scanning points, at the terminals. Sometimes people have cases, they are fighting over extortion issues. You cannot extort me with immigration officer somewhere or some other officer, and then they miss their flight. A whole lot of issues. I want you to begin to bring out those issues. Look at NDLEA. Whatever experience you've had with their officials, raise it up here now, because everything we discuss here is going to be taken up to higher, above our pay grade, and will be trashed out. The ones we can trash out here, we'll deal with them here. So who wants to go first?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Oru Leonard of News.Africa online platform. I'm the chairman of Abuja Transport and Aviation Correspondence. NDLE has done so much in tracking drug issues, drug trafficking, drug syndicates. It seems we have not been able to blend it with the image. From what I have seen, it is beginning to look as if once you want to do something, you carry a luggage and you land elsewhere, you are now into problem because you are from Nigeria. How do we resolve that? Thank you.
Please, sorry, I didn't get that question very well.
Director, okay.
No, you've asked your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Answer.
Thank you.
Sir, please. Ask again.
Okay. I said NDLE has done a lot. They have achieved in trying to track drug trafficking, catching those who are going to do drugs, but it seems to be rubbing off on our image, the image of Nigeria. So some people, while we have people now who travel, your luggage becomes an issue. You arrive, your luggage becomes, not just in Nigeria, but because I've traced it to the work we are doing. How do we resolve it? Because we have been talking passenger. I want to talk cargo somehow. Thank you very much.
If I get you clearly, you are trying to ask how would our luggages and passengers not have issues of integrity when they get to their destination countries. I must tell you the essence of doing our searches and carrying out our duties is to make sure that your luggage are drug-free and your persons too are drug-free. So the responsibility of destination countries is to also conduct such search. Whether you are profiled for search or not, that shouldn't affect the outcome of the conduct. Once we have done our job and you are certified free, once you get there, you will not be found with anything. So the thing is that you cooperate with us. Once we do our job diligently and nothing is found on you, you can be rest assured that when you get to the destination country, whatever they do, they will not find anything with you. Thank you very much.
Leonard, are you saying that when NDLEA catches people with drugs, it affects our image outside? Is that what you're saying? So they should stop apprehending people with drugs?
No, I didn't say so. They are doing their job very well. Mm-hmm. But the image issue has been there. Then it seems there's no, it has to do with proper profiling. So that it's not everybody, there are some luggages that have been sent and they are being held there because it is from Nigeria. So it's still an aviation issue. That's why I raised it. So it's just because they are from Nigeria. So every other thing will not be said here, but we can discuss it later strategically. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Who goes next? International airlines are here represented by Virgin Atlantic. So if you have questions, and other international airlines are in the audience as well, they can answer your questions from there.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, Ifeko, for that beautiful presentation. I come from the airline space. I saw your presentation and it's centered on customers and airlines. I also want to bring to your attention that the airlines are also customers to the regulatory as well as FAN. What about a situation whereby, as a result of the facility at the airport, flights are delayed? Who takes responsibility for that? Thank you.
Ifeko?
So it depends on the type of disruption. Airport facility will be FAN. ATC, of course, Ncaa and the likes. But you know that in our regulation, we also have a third-party liability. So if you suffer any, you have to pay any compensation as a result of another party, you can get your claim back from that party because the regulation already provides for that. You just have to request for it. Yes.
Speak into the mic so we can hear you.
It's here.
Okay, someone's with the mic. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. The name is Fumi Anyowusi. My question is directed
From where,
to...
please?
Sorry?
From where?
By Courtney. Thank you. My question is directed to the representative of the international airlines. I'd like to know, earlier something was said about the treatment of passengers that are not so abled, if I can call it that. But what happens to, how does the Ncaa come in actually when such incidents happen where a disabled person has complained? And now not just a disabled person, there's this, permit me to put it this way, it's like a stereotyping of Nigerians once we're outside the borders of our country. So recently, myself and my sister had to travel, and I'm using this example because I don't want to go too far. And then it's like, oh, you're a Nigerian, you're carrying a Nigerian passport, you're asked to, I don't know, there's just this feeling of you're a Nigerian and then something has to be wrong. And I don't want to believe it's as a result of whatever is happening in here. So I'd like to know, how much has the foreign airlines gone to make sure that their staff have truly embodied their mission and vision and whatnot, and then, it makes it easier for us? And then what role does the Ncaa play when we have such issues and then we reach out to them, considering it's not on national soil?
Okay. Before they answer, with regards to persons with reduced mobility, your first question, is there a specific reason you wanted to ask that of international airlines?
Actually, yes. I did mention stereotyping when I asked that question. So it's always a feeling of, I don't want to make general statements, but I want to believe we are one family, so let me just go ahead. So there's this feeling of lesser, for lack of better way to put it, there's this feeling of you're made to feel like you're a lesser human than the other colored persons around.
No, please, so I don't get you wrong.
Inferiority.
Are you talking Nigerians as a people, or you're talking specifically about PRMs?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Are you speaking about Nigerians generally, or persons with reduced mobility? Because that's where you started from.
Yes, persons with reduced mobility. Yes, that is one way. And then as a Nigerian too, generally, whether you're reduced mobility or you're not.
Okay, so those are two separate
Yes.
things. Okay, so Virgin goes first and then Ifeko.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Rashid Lawan.
Hold on, please. Someone is answering here.
Okay, sorry.
I would like to approach it on a personal point of view. A year ago, I left Nigeria on a wheelchair, close to a heart attack or pacemaker problem. And I was a KLM flight, and I was collected from the time I came with ambulance, was put in the wheelchair, and I went to immigration, went then to the airport, was put in my chair. We flew to the Netherlands. I was collected. I was through the baggage. I was on my way to my decision to go to hospital to see what was really happening to me. And a week later, I was repaired, came to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. The same thing happened. I came to the gate. Before I touched the KLM counter, I was collected by wheelchair. I was brought to the business class center in wheelchair. I was collected from wheelchair. I was now going to the airport. And now I saw something interesting at the entrance of KLM. There were around about 37 Nigerians in wheelchair or disability situation, put in a separate part of the entrance, which could not happen here in our Murtala Mohammed. I'm talking about Nigeria as a person who lives here for 48 years. So this is my country. And I came to this country the first time when the airport was working. It was just in 1979-80, it was opened to work. 2 years later, maintenance was put down and the air condition stopped. And since that time, over 45 years, it is still in trouble. So we are grown up in Nigeria in a troubled society, and the people make trouble in everything. You know, last week everybody has seen that an peace aircraft was getting bird strike. And people were talking about heart attack, dangerous. We had to escape the plane. Something was happening. Interesting enough is, even from the airline, they always talk about bird strike. Does anybody knows what is a bird strike? The problem is what is happening to us and why we behave sometimes like starting a musical story or starting a box story. Everything can happen when you are meeting a Nigerian. So if you do a regulation, you had a bird strike on Air Peace. Air Peace didn't act until 4 or 5 hours later to explain that the aircraft had halted and was returned to bay and is replaced by another one. The same thing happened 2 days ago with KLM aircraft, Airbus 330-300 on its way to America. And 20 minutes after takeoff in Amsterdam, the aircraft had to turn back because of bird strike. The next message was, a bird strike can happen to anybody. It is the body, it is the engine, and depending on where it hits, the severity of survival is at stake. So this aircraft returned 20 minutes later, arrived, disembarked, and immediately this is an aircraft who operates since 21 years in KLM fleet, has done so many hours, it does 4,000 hours, 480 hours a year, and that is what it is now, and it will be taken out in 2 years' time. So we are communicating what is the problem, what is the aircraft which has been touched, and what are the consequences. So when we are now talking about regulation about disabled people or behaving of disabled people, you know, when you fly from Amsterdam to Casablanca, in Morocco. A lot of the Moroccans have come to work in the Netherlands 20, 40 years ago. On that aircraft, the same thing like for Nigeria, around about 20 seats are for disabled people. So they are scattered all over the cabin so that nobody of a normal mobility is really hampered. So some people also use disability. I know that when I came to Nigeria, that when you want to bypass the long range for entering a plane, you pretend that you cannot walk or you start hinking. You pass everything. So you see 200 people staying there who get a ticket, they will not come in and you are sitting inside. So we know this thing. It's our country. So I think whatever we should do, when it is on disability, be disabled for those who are really disabled. And put it in the right way. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you. But you see,
what I want to tell generally, our perception, it is public relation. We have to talk about it and bring it back. It's not an individual fight. This is a behavior of the people. Why are foreign investors not coming to Nigeria? Because you get all the tricks. I'm talking now as a disabled. You get on your desk, or you cannot get to do what you want to do. You don't get the right information. So we have to be more open to each other. You know, we all like to live another life as we are, and we present ourselves different in the moment it is happening. So all these things, whatever niche you take, one has to look at it in a broader perspective and take it in a public relation way. And that is what airlines, the authorities, and the individual has more to underline. Be open, communicate, try to arrange some, not by law or by a thing. A lot of things are better operated when you talk to each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, round of applause for him. I believe now when you say you are Nigerian because of the way you pronounce Casablanca. Ifeko, in the case of reduced mobility, what's the NCA's role when there's complaints?
Well, of course, like every other complaint, to investigate the complaints and get resolution. However, the complainants must first of all bring the complaint to the NCA, and then we take it up from there. Yeah.
In what scenario do we let airlines off the hook if actually they denied that person boarding?
Like in my presentation, you know, the person with reduced mobility must first of all inform the airline that they will be requesting assistance. Where they fail to do that, the airline has nothing to do because the airline must provide the service in the most safe and secure way. In the absence of that information, whether in the purchase of the ticket or before the flight, we can't hold the airline responsible for denying the passenger boarding or check-in.
Yeah, Lawal, before you, please. Sir, what is the role of Interpol in Nigeria's aviation? People have wondered about that.
And Interpol is an acronym for International Criminal Police Organization. And what we do is that we have a lot of things to do with every port of entry, either on sea, on land, or by air. When somebody commits an offense, for instance, in Nigeria, and he travels out of the country, it may be fraud, it may be drug-related offenses. We network with International Police Organization. We have our headquarters in Lyon, France, and we send an IP message to that country. It will go through the diplomatic processes. And what we do is that if there is need for us to extradite that particular suspect, because you have the suspect, even there are instances where you have a suspect in one country, pieces of evidence, they are spread across different countries, so we still have to inform all those countries. So if the suspect is arrested, what we do is that, for instance, if somebody is maybe extradition proceedings have been processed in respect of a particular, and we arrest him, the other people who are coming from, they will stay at the airport. So we hand over the suspect to them, and they go back to their country. So usually it's very rare for you to go to another country to go and operate. So we need the support of the aviation authority for logistics and some other information. And let me also inform the audience that we also relate with other sister agencies, especially the immigration, the NDLA, the customs and excise, and so many others. Like for instance now, somebody has committed an offense and you don't know whether he has a passport or not. All we need to do, but we have little information concerning his date of birth, or he has NIN, we use that one to fish him out. So by the time we send the letter to the immigration service, immigration will inform us that this person has a particular passport issued on social date to expire on social date, and of course, this was where it was issued. The duration or the lifespan of the passport will also be indicated, and the travel history will also be revealed to us. So we network. So the world itself is not an island. We need to network. So this our Interpol, what we do is that we investigate international offenses. Most of the crimes we investigate have international dimension, transnational dimension. Thank you.
A round of applause for the Nigeria Police Force. Yeah, someone from Arik Air was going to say something earlier. Lawal, Abi Rashid. What's it? Yeah. Yes. Yes, Rashid. Where's the mic?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Rashid Lawal. Actually, the question was going to be a follow-up question, and I think Mrs. Ifeokwa has addressed some of them, one of them, and so I shouldn't overflow that, but I will still ask the question, since that's the essence of the forum. So the concern is, we get all sort of invitation from all sort of agencies on PRM. And in fact, 2 weeks ago, we were at the National Assembly, maybe 3. And everybody is asking questions. And most of the time we tell them that this aviation is not like any other sector. We're highly regulated. We have regulators, and they're always having cane, held on to strike anyone that doesn't treat PRM very well. We are not saying it's a perfect system, but airline, as far as I know, and I think I know a tiny bit, are really doing good in this country on PRM. I've been elsewhere where, there are rules, but enforcement is also a major challenge. So I won't flog that, but my point is, when we have all these invites, is it that there's no an interfacing, an interface with some of these agencies or organizations or platforms, if you like? Offline, I can give those details, Madam Ifeokwa, because I wonder, we got practically bullied, and we're looking at each other. Why are we here? We have regulators. You can just find out and have a hang-on, and everybody's clear on that. So my follow-up question was the one from the earlier speaker from Arik too. So without being too specific, so I'll be general about this, but it's been shown, and I'm sure Mr. Director can look into that if he has not already. It has been shown that majority of the delays of airlines in this country are uncontrollables. Yes. Because delays can either be controllables or uncontrollable. So it's been shown again and again and again and again. But it looks like airlines always get the short end of the stick. We are very responsible. After all, we collected the money and we have commitment. Our contracts are valid and we own up to them. So this is not us trying to say we are not responsible. Over the years, we keep improving, and I'm sure the CPD will attest to that. And I'm very, very happy. I don't celebrate people, you know, Director. However, and I'm a silent admirer of what you do, and I've never been quiet with that with you. However, and you made clear the support you always give to the airline and also the passengers. When it's time to whip us up, you do. But the question is, maybe we should be very blunt about this. Let's look at the terminals. It doesn't matter what you're operating, maybe domestic or regional or international. These terminals are either dying or dead. With all due respect to those that are very, very functional. You'll be at the terminal halfway into check-in, lights off. As an example, lights off. And then the passenger looks like you look at them, and then you start praying. God help you if you don't have a backup system. For those who operate domestic, they will tell you. And this is not just at domestic, even at international. The systems are off. It takes probably 20 minutes to reboot and get back to checking in passengers. And we know what 20 minutes is in the lifeline of a turnaround of an aircraft. I can keep listing that. And that's why when the gentleman was asking, okay, everything is good. Light is not off. Aircraft is positioned. Suddenly, your fella tells you his truck has broken down. Yeah, you run into a delay. Oh, okay, it's not that. It's not that. Everything is good, and they ask for a particular equipment. Okay, position the GPU. The ground lab positions it. It's not functional. But the airlines still get whipped for this delay. So my suggestion, therefore, or what I'm imploring CPD is that how about we, and I know you're already looking at it because we discussed this at some point, but how about we expand that scope? Madam, if I could try to, she was administrative about answering that question, but I have to come back. And I knew she was smiling at me. She knew I'll come back. We need to begin to look at other sectors of the industry that lead to these massive, uncontrollable delays that we are all afraid of. It's killing us. But who gets blamed? The airline. And we know that if you come to us and say, oh, yeah, we agree, but this is the reason, then your team go back. So I'm not gotten back to the root. So we need to begin to take the hit also to, I think they call them ancillary services in the industry, sir. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the mic, bring the mic to the front. Okay, after you, then here. We'll get back to you, Rashid.
Good afternoon. My name is Olashukwu Aminu. I'm a Ncaa member. I just want to ask, what is the proper channel, to seek for refund from aero contractors? I booked a flight, I booked the flight to Benin in June. The flight was supposed to be on the 23rd to return on the 30th of June. I booked the flight on the 10th of June, and no notification of cancellation until we got to the airport on that day.
Okay, hold it, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't need the details of the transaction.
I've been trying to seek refunds ever since.
Hold on,
At
hold
some
on.
point, okay.
Hold on. I'm addressing you.
All right.
You are with Ncaa.
Yes.
Okay. You see, I'm a little bit, not surprised that the audience will laugh at this. But I must say to you, and with due respect to your president, that I'll be very shocked that a Ncaa person will be saying they do not know the right channel to lodge the complaint about refund.
Because when you use
hold
the
on,
channel...
Hold on, sir.
Okay,
Please, with every due respect. First of all, since I came here, we have held engagements with you people minimum 2 times. Formal engagement, not talk of the informal. I've handled cases for Ncaa. And I will be forced to question your professionalism if you are saying as a Ncaa person, you do not know to bring your complaint to the Ncaa. So this will not even be the platform because you may not like to address. Hold on, sir. With due respect. Mr. President, sir. Is he your member?
Oh. Sir, if you are not allowed me to finish, you will not
please, listen, properly. With due respect, don't feel attacked. Don't feel attacked. But look,
sir, you have not heard from me.
I won't accept it. Unless maybe, sir.
Hello.
Please, maybe you need to rephrase your question. Your starting line saying you do not know where to channel this complaint. It's a surprise to me.
I said the proper channel, sir. I didn't say.
How can you not know the proper channel if you are with Ncaa? Listen, the last time you were here, remember I kept mentioning professional.
Sir, you need to be patient with me, sir.
Hold on, sir. With due respect, please. One, we have to respect the time of every other person who is here. certain issues should not even be brought here at all, and no Ncaa person. If you're a professional, you cannot say Ncaa does not know the proper channel. It's even an insult to us in the first place. Keep this particular issue aside for now. We'll deal with it later. Please, thank you. With due respect. Let's move on. Yes.
This is quite unfair, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for putting this together. I would like to say that I'm a Ncaa member as well, so I can know where to channel my question. Now, delay and cancellation of flight is a major problem in the aviation space. And I've seen from the presentation, a lot have been said, and the way to apply for your refund, among others, and the number of days. So what I want to say, I didn't see something there, and this is a major challenge that we are facing. What is the role of Ncaa and through the CPD on an airline that permanently ceased operation? Okay, such is either the airline permanently ceased operation such that a travel agent, for instance, has his money trapped with that airline, either local airline or international airlines. We've had that cause, that kind of thing recurring. And if it is not in the regulation now, I know it's a case that are usually handled sometime if it happened on a case-by-case basis based on your professionalism. Now, what is the time frame that the traveler, because it is not only or the other. So what are those, if I can see that it's not in the framework, then be as it may, what are the timelines? Because some members, they have their money trapped in those airlines, and it seems we keep giving them endless answers to when that money will be obtained. That's number one. Number two, when the presentation was made the other time, I saw that that a refund for cancellation will be in cash for ticket bought in cash and otherwise. So I need a more clarification because most of the tickets are cash based tickets. If the travel agent here will permit me to say. Then the third one is to the member on the panelist here, panel. I want to directly to them that what is the escalation framework? Because this is a CPD. When you have a complaint that you present to the table, sometimes you seem not to get resolution on time. What are the escalation framework that you have? Maybe for NDLEA, airlines, and even consumer protection itself. Thank you.
Okay. I hope that they're able to keep track of the questions you've asked. If we could answer on behalf of the Ncaa, then Madam Amaka will also have to tell the audience why, despite the regulations, because you just mentioned cash for cash, where a ticket is purchased by cash, the passenger is entitled to immediate cash refund at the terminal before they even leave. Where it's purchased, via online transaction, 14 days the airline has. Madam will tell us why a lot of airlines do not comply with the 14 days, because we've received a lot of those complaints. But before they do, with respect to the Ncaa gentleman, and please do not feel angry, but also we must deal with issues as they are. For the rest of the audience, I don't know if you've heard about the consumer complaints portal. We have a QR code out there. It makes everything seamless, easy, fast for you. Just scan that code, it takes you to the Ncaa Consumer Complaints Portal, and then you can lodge your complaint. And your complaints always get treated. Yes, sometimes we are overwhelmed because you know how the public service is. Sometimes, because of the shortage of staff, we receive thousands. The more awareness we put out there, the more passengers become aware of their rights, the more they overload. And it's not just in Nigeria. I can show you links. Even the consumer protection in the USA are complaining as well that because passengers are now more aware of their rights, where to go, where to lodge their complaints, there's an overload of complaints. It's human beings like yourself that are treating these things behind. Now, sometimes when you send those emails to us, we forward to the airlines because passengers are expecting instant responses. It can't be done like that. Even the airline that's treating the case of passenger A, before they are done investigating, passenger B, C, D, E, and F have sent in their complaints as well. They must be investigated in the spirit of fairness. It's just like police work too. Investigations must happen before there's response. So sometimes they will even initiate a refund, then the banking process takes time as well. Some of these things happen, but let me allow them treat this.
Yes, on the issue of refunds, cash refunds. This is usually, I can speak for where I work. When there's a disruption and customers want their money back, they get their money at the airport immediately. They're at a place, you're given a form to fill and so on and so forth, so that there's a proper record of the refund. And you're refunded immediately. Due to some packages we have, some products we have, not all those products can be refunded cash. And the people who have those type of tickets know about it and they don't even come to us. But those who have tickets that they bought, if you bought a ticket via a card, even the system we use, our passenger service system, has a pathway on it where the ticket can be refunded to you, the customer. And if it's a cash transaction, the POS terminal can also be used to refund the money to the customer if it's a cash transaction. Quite frankly speaking, I want to say this emphatically. Nobody enjoys disruption. The airline staff, they wake up each day and they go to the airport with a plan to have a smooth sailing, hassle-free day. Nobody wakes up and goes to the airport with a plan to say, today we are going to disrupt and we are going to show those passengers pepe. Nobody does that. We hate disruption as well. It is a huge problem to us. And hello, it comes to the airline at great cost. Massive cost. Because at that time, we're not looking at profitability. We are looking at how to just diffuse the tension, clear the space, and let there be peace, even in the Middle East. That's what we are looking at. Our objectives, our priorities change immediately. It's not, oh, let's run it profitable. No. In some cases, at the same time, I also want to emphasize here that when we are interpreting the law, we need to interpret the law wholesomely. Wholesomely. We're always all about the compensation. There's another part of that, part 19, that creates conditionalities under which these things happen. It's if it's after 10 p.m., then we can start talking of, if we finish a flight in time, and it's a point-to-point service. I didn't bring you from Sokoto on your way to Kaduna and strand you in Lagos. No. If you join my flight here in Lagos and we have had to, for reasons beyond our control, we've had to cancel that flight, which we are not enjoying ourselves. We are not having fun at this thing. We also have boundaries within which we can, do things. So I need for, while we are thinking compensation is the rave, the latest rave in town. Everybody feels they must be compensated for one thing or the other. It's not correct. There must be conditionalities that are met. And I think it might be important also for us to really go and familiarize ourselves with that part 19 wholesomely. Not just the part that talks about compensation, what you get. The airline too, we are looking to get.
All right, thank you, madam. I see that Ncaa president is aching to speak. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Let me start by apologizing on behalf of the member. I think it was a miscommunication. I don't think that he doesn't understand the process. I think he's just venting a frustration. Yeah? So I apologize on behalf of that. We are actually very professional people. I will go back to you, sir. Somebody said that he is a quiet admirer of you. I am a public admirer of you. The reason why we are having this conversation today, right, are three for the customer. One, fairness, which is a moral obligation. Two, ethics. Ethics goes beyond the law. It goes beyond the law. To be ethical is more than being lawful, right? And three, the consumer's rights. That's the reason why we're here. You see, as professionals, as travel practitioners, we have been bruised severally. Severally. And I would like to urge you to please listen to us. If I remove my garb, if I take off my garb as a Ncaa president, I would align with that gentleman that stood up now and said that a lot of problems that airlines have are uncontrollable. I will align myself with him because I'm a traveler myself. And the executive secretary of Ncaa is there. I tell him that whenever I'm going to the airport, I'm going to the airport as a tourist attraction. And I allow 5 hours. I allow 5 hours. There is a lot of pushback, and that's why I said at the beginning of this conversation, I said, look, let's sit down and talk to ourselves frankly, and let us promise Nigeria the way forward. When we talk about refunds, right? When we talk about refunds, the gentleman here, the lawyer, he said something about reciprocity in interpretation of policies. Yeah. You know, what is the remedy for the traveler and for the agent? And let me tell you something clearly. Yeah, for the whole also. There is no way an IATA certified agent can owe an airline in the event of default. It doesn't happen. It's an aberration. It would not happen because your bank guarantee is called immediately. What is the remedy under the consumer's right, yeah, to accelerated redress? What is the remedy to the Nigerian traveler or to the Nigerian travel agent in the event of an airline's default? There is a case that has been on for about 4 months. I don't want to mention the airline. We have made reports through the proper channel. And still, we don't really have any redress. And that could have never happened to us. When we default against an airline, our bank guarantee is called. So that is what we are saying. We are coming here to present ourselves to you. And we are asking for reciprocity in regulation. That's also what we are asking for. If you ask me personally, I think that the problems that the airlines face in Nigeria are beyond them. And I also agree that there's a capacity issue. But let us balance things. That's my submission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You speak. This case you're talking about, is it the one with Ncaa, President?
Yes, sir.
Is it the one we wrote a letter recently to Mr. Kennedy?
To
Kennedy?
No.
Not that one.
No. Should I come and talk to you?
No, it's okay.
Because I am one person, you know, in aviation. In aviation.
No, hold on. Continue, please.
We don't like, you see when our first deputy, yeah, when he mentioned an airline, I said, no, we don't do that in public. We don't mention airlines in public. But we all know an airline that defaulted about 6 months ago. Till today, customers' monies are trapped. We have agents' monies that are trapped. As I speak today, right, the facts that we have is that there is 51 million of travel agencies' funds with that airline. And a lot of those funds are funds of customers. That is why I started with the 3 pointers to consumer protection. And the first one is fairness. And the last one is the right of the customer. The customer's funds are there. So it is not the evasion thing, because I thank you for the hard thing. Yes, sir.
Good morning, the chairman, and I stand on existing protocol. My name is Dr. Abdul Latif Karim, Port Health Director, Southwest Zonal Coordinator. First thing, I'm happy to be here. I just want to make on behalf of the last speaker that spoke, I think, Director, I'm sorry I have to say this, you're a little bit, on him. You know the bear's cough describe social society, how we respond. 33% will be a little bit above the cough in their interaction in a meeting like this. 33% will be below, while about that will be the middle. The question he asked is rhetorical. He was just saying, I'm sure he knows and he has done it. He was just saying, I don't know what else how to apply, because he has done the right thing, but he's not. So if he didn't understand, I said, can you rephrase your question, right? Or can you, is that, you can actually rephrase the question for him. But for him to have come to this meeting, it means that he meant to come and contribute. I mean, he could sit in his house and say, look, whatever I do. But he came here, even to stand up and ask questions. And I believe you have a very big power to say, okay, I didn't get you right. Can you rephrase? But the way you went about it, the man felt bad, he's apologizing. So I think I understood what he was trying to say. But maybe because, your own style, I want to, actually apologize, to him on behalf of the house, the way he was shut down. That's that. Number two, you said something about we don't read. Nigerians don't read. It doesn't go with global perception. Nigerians read. You said that. I said Nigerians don't read. Yes, we don't read our. Yeah. Sorry, you. Okay. So, okay, all right. So Nigerian read. I'm sorry to say. If you look, if you look at global whatever, America said the most read people in America college is Nigerian. Decided in the UK, the best. But the problem why we say that is that ethics, our culture, everybody wants to get to where we want to go without any other person. So unless we change our culture, our attitude, our morals, our ethics, we're going to go. The same thing I'm complaining about. I do it to other people. Last week, my uncle came from US. I'll be brief. He called me. He's a soldier. He's a military man, retired. He called me from the airport. I ran there. I said, with my ODC. He said, look, everybody's asking me for money. I'm tired, I rushed there. I got there. It was a mess. About 3-4 people were saying the same thing. I said, who? He said, every agency there was asking, what do you have for me? They will even say, and they will take time to rummage there. Somebody packed his thing neatly, going home. You have passed through the scanner. Somebody has checked. Then you kept him there, putting hand into every. He said, why? They don't do those abroad. Why is it in Nigeria? So I'm like, he said, look, I'm not coming back for some time. I'm tired. So I want us to look at it. I'm not blaming anybody. It's our culture and our system. Then number 3, how is it that we have to sit down here for NCCA, FAN, NCAA, NCAA. I'm sorry. Why is FAN not here? FAN is a government agency under the same ministry. NCAA, do I get it right now? Are you not talking to each other? Why? It's some kind of back and forth before this thing happens. In fact, there should even be a co-convener of this meeting. That shows us that Nigerian system is not working. So that shows exactly the symptom of what we are saying here. So I think the solution to this problem, we should look inwards. It applies to my agency too. I would say the same thing. For instance, my staff say that some immigration people, they came and park passenger, and they will facilitate them. They don't allow them to do their job. And somebody is watching. There's camera everywhere watching. How come somebody watching cannot say, oh, why are you doing? Why are you doing this? Nobody will do that. But when something becomes a problem, international, then they say, oh, you are going to look at mirror. You know, why can't you prevent it? Why would somebody do a crime and will not on the person travel abroad before they say Nigeria's image is bad? It is we. And if you catch them to court, somebody is taking bribe.
Thank you. We'll address those questions. Thank you so much. Yes, hold on, please.
Yeah, my name is Dami Ogunshe from Air France KLM. My question is, thank God you mentioned FAN. When we are talking about consumer protection, it cuts across board. When the AC of the terminal is not working, customers does not know FAN. They attack the airlines. So what is the role of Ncaa, customer protection, to mitigate against the tough environment that airlines are operating from? And are they making efforts to take adequate checks to know that there is light, backup lights, AC is working, we have Avo Bridge, the runway issue, they are resolving it? Because all these things boil down to customer protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly. Apologies. Not now. Okay. All right. Is someone keeping track of these questions? Because we need to address them. Yeah, hold on, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to raise the question. It's a question and a comment put together. And it also goes to the panels at the same time. So you just allow me to read through what I want to say. Our session today is the focus on consumer. It's about consumer protection, right? I'm a Ncaa member. I'm a travel agent. And my questions will sound as a perception of a travel agent, not necessarily from the rest of the fraternity. So the agents that we are a partner and a consumer to the airlines. I hope we agree with that when it comes to Ncaa or regulators. The passengers are consumers of the agent as well as the airlines, right? So bottom line is, who's responsible for the consumer? Do the airlines have, if the airlines are completely responsible or the agents are completely responsible, do the airlines have the capacity to manage all the consumers in the market? If yes, then do the airlines, in that case, the air travel will remain a privilege and not a common source of transport, if that is the case. And if not, which means the airlines require the agents in the market, then it is important that the airlines take the feedback of agents more seriously when it comes to consumer protection and consumer rights. That is a comment, and to the panels as well. One of the things I would like to ask, with due respect to our national security and NDLA, and if immigration was here, is it necessary when a passenger comes for the first time to the country, or even repeatedly, is it really important to see a parade of officers standing, calling them, heckling them, to say, come here, come here, come here, and asking them questions as the gentleman raised, opening the bags and things? Is that necessary? Right. And one of the last things I want to raise there is just a clarification on the refund point that my colleague raised. Is not about just simply cash refund. What we mean by cash refund is that if the ticket was, if the service was issued by an agent, are you going to be giving the refund directly to the consumer, or will it go back to the agent? That is just to clarify that point. And lastly, if not, is that do we really, or if we can take this as a point, I'm saying this on behalf of my president, and I've said this earlier, is that we probably need to look more inwards as building the image of Nigeria as Nigeria and the brand of Nigeria. And that's a responsibility right from the upstream to the downstream, travel agents like us, and the upstream, obviously, the officers. to ensure that we all put together and actually build Nigeria's image properly, which are some of the points that was raised, that it doesn't give us a good image. I guess the gentleman was trying to simply say that when you come to the airport and you're heckled at various stages, it disrupts the image of the country. Because Nigeria put together has a potential of tourism in-house, right? But because we don't have the right image in place, due to all the challenges that we have mentioned here, is probably why we are not able to put that together. So I'd like to hear from the panel, from practically everybody, to understand where we move forward. Thank you.
So to NDLE and the police, just hold on so that we don't lose track of the questions. And the issues concerning your officers at the airport, heckling passengers, extorting, and all of those things. What are you guys doing to mitigate, the inconvenience to travelers? Because I'm sure you also travel. When you get to other airports as well, you pass through more seamless processes, than what we have here. What are you doing about it?
Well, it boils down to how each and every individual, attend to their assignments. Because the rules of engagement are very clear. As much as we can, we try to reduce the interface between the NDLA at the front line and the travelers, so as to reduce the travel time and the complications that arise from the interactions. First we do targeting, and what targeting means is that we profile passengers that are on any flight and see the ones that are of interest to us. The ones that are of interest to us might indicate where you are coming from and your profile and the kind of persons you are, and if we have your name on our list of the kind of persons you might want to take a look at, these are the kind of people to set aside for secondary checks and all of that. But sometimes too, like certain factors that are negative comes into the minds of those who are executing these kind of laws. That is where you have a interplay of so many interests and this, what do you call it? A lot of, interface between officers and travelers. But I also tell you that in advanced countries, they deploy a lot of technology, and do a lot of searches, But the ones we have here, the machines we have here, they are not calibrated to just an extent to detect drugs, So we have to still carry out a lot of manual search, And if that is done, that means we have to have contact with you. But take notice of one fact. The contact is still reduced because if we have to talk to everybody, if they have to stop everybody, the line will not move. They still do a lot of sampling. But I'm saying that sometimes too, it all depends on the discretion of the person that is interfaced with the number of passengers that are coming in. But we are trying our best, and we are doing, for a recent time, a task force has been formed at the airport to reduce this interface. And that task force is constituted by most of the security agents at the airport to ensure that you don't really have, anything on the negative when it comes to, you meeting with people that are coming in. First is to improve our image, and secondly is to ensure that people have seamless, transactions when they are coming into the airport. So I'm saying that such travel time, we try to reduce it, but the officers must do their job. You never can tell, who is coming in. You can trust yourself only. Somebody might bring in anything, so that is just what it is. Thank you very much.
The Nigeria Police?
Well, thank you very much. And I think somebody among the discussants asked a question that why have they not been asking questions related to the Nigeria Police? And I think the answer is very, very obvious. The fact is that our role is much more limited. Most of the time we are confined to the external part of the airport, that is gateway to the country or outside the country. And so most of these inconveniences are always experienced when passengers get from the main hall, where they are to do check-in or check-out. I think that's where we have. But notwithstanding, even despite the fact that we have our men outside the periphery, outside the perimeter axis of the airport, we always try as much as possible to lecture them, to talk to them, and where there is need to apply sanction, we do so. So thank you very much.
Okay, if we call. the questions regarding the role of the authority in all of this, do you remember them? Can you address them? Very quickly, please. Then Madam will also speak. And the Virgin Atlantic will speak as well.
Okay, Rashid of Arik Air spoke about disruptions caused by other factors, not the airlines. The last engagement we had with the airlines, we had onboarded customer service managers and the head of operations, I believe, on the Ncaa portal, so that when airlines had disruptions, they could report immediately. So if you have disruptions caused by FAN, air traffic control, or any of the other agencies, you should inform us, because that way we have data, we have information, and we can address them appropriately. And then we continuously have engagements with FAN as well. And clearly, there's some jobs done at the airports. At International, we can see that the Honorable Minister, alongside FAN, has done some upgrade on the facilities at the airports. I know that at GAT, same thing has happened, and some other airports. So it's a continuous process. So we just want to ask and implore you to keep reporting. Your airline has not onboarded on the Ncaa portal, so we do not receive reports from you real time on disruptions. Rashid is not listening. So that was to you directly. Yes. And then, like I said, the Ncaa Consumer Protection Regulations makes provisions for third-party liability. So when you have a disruption where you have to pay compensation, you can seek that refund back from the party that actually caused that disruption by applying to the Ncaa. So you make your reports to the Ncaa and we'll take care of that. And then refunds for cancellation in cash, I don't know if that has been dealt with already. Travel agents, you said travel agencies buy tickets in cash. I don't know how that applies, because I know that there's some sort of arrangement with the airlines where you pay in some bulk money or whatever. But cancellation refunds should be done in cash. And then for passengers who purchase tickets from travel agencies, I believe you mentioned something about who takes care of the refund. If the agent is registered, the airline pays that refund to the travel agent. If the agent is not registered, and which is what we see a lot at the airport, some people come and say they are travel agents and they are buying tickets for the passengers, but they're actually buying the tickets in the passenger's name, but the information on the ticket, such as email address and telephone numbers, are actually for the travel agents. So when there are flight disruptions, the passengers themselves don't get the information about the delay or that disruption. Instead, the agent is getting, the supposed agent is getting that information. So yes, a lot of times, the travel agent is responsible if the agent is registered and if the ticket purchase is in the agent's registered name with the airline. Otherwise, the airline should pay direct to the passenger whose information is on the ticket.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, for ticket refunds, I just want to concur with what Ifueko has said. If it's a travel agent that has done all the transaction, the money is going to go back to the card from which the payment was made. You know, and again, travel agents, I believe that there are, when it's registered with an organization, there are commissions and stuff embedded in the transaction. So we can't deal directly with the customer there, because we really don't have any business with the passenger. It's with the travel agent we have business with, because we now have to look at, oh, we're refunding that money, that commission, how far? You know, so there's a whole lot more to it once a travel agent is in the mix. And these are the things that we will consider. Yeah, so that's how we would treat that. It would be between the airline and the travel agent, the passenger being the third party. It's also very important too. We've also had, let me just mention this, we've also had cases where someone has called us after he's already lost like 400,000 naira. I remember that. This is not 400,000 naira of today, 400,000 naira of like 2 years ago when it carried much of a punch. And he called us and was giving us some strange 6 alphanumeric code for tickets he was supposed to have bought from us. And it turned out that he had been hoodwinked by some supposed travel agent. So these are some of the things too. We also have to somehow or the other sensitize our customers. You know, the travel agent community would want to also, you know, put some information out there for the general public. If he doesn't have this, he's not that, or whatever. So these are some of the things that have happened. At least I know of 2-3 cases of such a scenario that have happened, and they've lost huge sums of money to some pedestrian who's portrayed himself to be something he's not, and taken money off customers.
Okay. Thank you. Just hold on, let them finish. Yes.
I would like to refer to 2 parts. What the gentleman from KLM put forward, that the infrastructure influence the behavior of the passenger. If things are squeezed together, not operating, and these kind of things, it is the airline who gets a negative mark. And therefore, it is very pitiful that the Minister of Aviation,
One house, please, one house.
of which you are represent, that he puts the discussion about airport infrastructure always at the end, and to be solved by investors without releasing the correct guidelines and intention of the government. How far does that go? Because making, as an airline, investment into Murtala Mohammed Airport, yeah, if you ask me, and I want to use this airport as a go-through airport where people can change to other aircrafts, I say, okay, give me D19 till 21, and I make it my own. I put my saloon, I put my cocktail bar, I put whatever is needed, my medical area, my refund area, everything can be done there. But this is always put in a cloud and is not going anywhere. So we are not.
Can we reduce the noise at the back, please? Thank you.
Then the other thing is how to pay for your ticket. My major interest as investor is that the whole process of payment is automatized. So if an aircraft is not going because of this and this and this, the refund is automatically to the account. How can, in principle, a passenger who stays on the airport, has paid to an agent in cash, and maybe it is recorded cash, get his money back? It's a cash flow issue. The cash flow issue, the best should be at the airline. But even in Nigeria, the airline is most of the time working at the last resort of credit from a bank. And then he has no flexibility. So that is all coming. So making Nigeria mature, you have to go to the simple issue. How is the company maintained? How is it financed? Where is the cash flow? Where are the budgets for diverted planes? Where is the cash coming from? And so on. What can we do there? Yeah. That you can do either with a backup from the governmental agency, but it should be done by the private. And that is the banks and the airline who can solve that very easy. And you get
One house, please.
You get
One
your
house.
money back in 1 second, because it's only boom. And even with coins, if you pay by coins, you get your coins back. So for me, it is always a matter of all together concentrate on the attitude change which we need, and bring facilities, keep control, and don't. And if you delegate it, put the right guidelines and the authority, because otherwise you're not getting. Everybody is waiting.
Okay. Okay. Please, sorry, please.
Sorry, can
hold
I say
on.
something? Can I chip in?
Very quickly, please.
Yes, very quickly. Recently, this is just another one that's shown up recently. It's a new problem that, again, the airline has had to shock absorb the effects of it. One of the major banks recently did a system upgrade or change of system or overhaul. And, you know, obviously there's more than one of them that's done it now. And it messed up everything. We couldn't refund collect, get proof of payment, nothing. Everything was down for nothing less than 2 weeks. And it looked bad on us as an airline, but we were stuck as to what to do with this situation. This was one of our major bankers. Everything that went in there within that period was stuck. Couldn't go, couldn't come. Is it there? Has it gone? Where is it? No information whatsoever. And there's as much as we could do to push, because if they knew it, they would have told us. They also didn't know it. So these are kind of scenarios that we have to deal with. It's an extraneous factor. The airline can't help it. It is what it is.
Yeah. Please, I know there's lots of questions to be asked, but for the next 10 minutes, I want everything we say to be addressed to the two security agencies here, because they have another engagement, they need to leave, but I want us to address this. Yeah, no problem. That's it. Have they served you anything?
Good afternoon. My name is Kelvin Osaukumbo. I represent the media. I just want to bring to us the experience of passengers passing through the airport. I want to believe that the travel experience is supposed to be a chain, all the agencies playing their respective roles. But there's been recurring complaints about some level of extortion by some of the facilitators who are in charge of profiling passengers in terms of currency declaration. I know as a fact that you ought to declare something that is in excess of $10,000, and the customs actually gives you a form to fill for all that. But lately, last Thursday to be precise, my boss's friend traveled through Air France, through that airport. He had what I would call a very sore experience. The fact that we are having this forum and the agencies that are supposed to be in charge of taking care of those sore points not being part of this so that the experience can be good, I think first is not good enough. Then secondly, what role could Ncaa play by interfacing with the sister agencies to have seamless facilitation without passengers being subjected to what I call some form of dehumanization? Questions that don't make sense are being asked by multiple agencies, all in the bid to see they can disorient the passenger and put him in a state where he becomes vulnerable and is forced to yield something that he did not plan for. My take is that until there's a conversation that cuts across the chain of all the agencies involved, passengers will continue to see experience through the airport like a nightmare. And if that is the experience, the whole idea of improving the travel experience through the Ncaa's Consumer Protection Department or Directorate would have been an exercise in near futility. That's my take.
Yeah. Is that question for them?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, good afternoon. My name is Anthony. Hello, sorry, good afternoon. My name is Anthony. I just want to do a sort of mild follow-up to what Kevin just said. It regards what the basic thing of what we're talking about here is how to also inculcate technology in helping us address some of these issues. And for a fact, I know that the Nigerian Immigration Service, too bad they've left. They have a system called MIDAS, Migrant Information and Data, whatever. And then in that same, within the international airport, you see an immigration officer who has information and he's not willing to share with every other thing. I don't understand how it works, because everybody seems to have their own mandate. And that also hinders facilitation. Now, he has information, he holds them. And then by his side is an SSS officer. When you're coming in, it's either the immigration man is asking you what's up, or the SS officer is asking you what's up. But the reality of the matter is that is not even supposed to be. Both of them are not even supposed to be there. So the idea is, how do we try as much as possible, since they even have a technology that works, to decongest all those places and decongest and share information so everybody within can get information. We don't have to stand there like man with boots. We can actually get information without actually being there. So I don't know how we can leverage on that. Thank you.
Okay, so NDLEA, sir, why do your officers wait for us just after immigration and just before or after customs as well, asking virtually the same questions that we've been asked before?
I think we don't ask the same questions. We barely don't ask the same questions. I can speak for sure that NDLA might not ask you the volume of cash you are carrying. They will not ask you about your travel, maybe the genuineness of your travel documents and all of that. What we may ask you of the source, the country you are coming from, and probably your profession and all of that, which are also pertinent to the things we are looking for. You know, these agencies are given different mandates, and somehow this mandate, they interact. Don't know the distinction between this mandate. You might think they're asking you the same questions. You know, is trying to do the job of an immigration officer, but we are coming from a different perspective. In the sense that somebody might take off from Brazil, he stops at Addis, you know, and we want to ask how many days did you spend in Addis, and we know what happens in Addis. So we'll have a different interest and different ways we'll go about our businesses. I'm not saying that this is sufficient for us to, or to suggest that this is sufficient for us to delay passengers in the course of coming or delay facilitation. But I must also tell you also that.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
Is there a way to make this better?
Yes.
Because, you see, if you watch Border Patrol on TV, and in some countries I've also traveled, they all have their own version of the NDLEA there. Very recently I traveled, and I had wrapped my bags from Nigeria. By the time I went through the procedures, and then my bag got to me, it was unwrapped, totally. It meant that it had been searched without human interaction. Is there a way we can adopt some of these principles as well, or some technological, application we can use to make this process seamless?
Yes,
it's a question.
That is why we're talking about technological deployment. You know, in most of those processes, there are cameras watching what those officers are doing, real time. In the event of anybody accusing anybody of pilfering with his things or touching his things or maybe theft and all of that, or maybe sharp practices, those things will be recorded. But we don't have that. There are certain areas, baggage search area, where cameras are not covering. You know, and again, like I said before, most of these machines they don't have the, what do you call it, they are not scaled up to the extent that for them to detect drugs. You know, like we need to recalibrate some of the machines. That's what the civil aviation minister was talking about the other day, that they need to deploy some machines with a higher calibration so that they can be able to detect drugs upon pushing any drug through a scanning machine. But that is not done yet. And if that is not done yet, that means we still have to have that manual search being conducted. But it's not all bags that they do that to, yes. You know. And again, I must also tell you that from time to time, meetings are ahead with all the security agencies. We try to reduce this delay in facilitation. We hold meetings at all time, and we also have a task force, like I said before, where complaints can easily go to. We have a task force that is functioning, that moves around. If there's any complaint, anybody goes to them, and they have a QR code. You can also send these complaints to. So each time we address this matter as soon as they come up. But you never can tell. Things like this, they still will also arise because of human factor and all of that.
Okay, thank you. So from the police perspective, what are the biggest challenges you face in carrying out your duties in a way that makes it seamless for passengers?
Well, one of the challenges is that sometimes you see some of our people who are traveling out of the country, especially, they want to force themselves into the main airport where they do check-in and check-out. So some of them, we have to limit them. Some of them will tell you that, don't you know me? You know, we have some of these VIPs who don't want to. Then sometimes parking where they're not supposed to park. Well, some of these people are so powerful, before you know it, the next thing is that the other officer who is performing his duty legitimately, then, you understand, he may be moved from that particular area. So that has really put a lot of fear. It has actually demoralized those who are doing their work legitimately. So that is just, I think the problem we have in Nigeria is that some of us, we really need to know how to obey the laws. Just like we say that we are not the makers of the law. We are only enforcing what the representative of the people made in the various houses of assembly, various houses of parliament. So people should learn to conduct themselves And if people are really doing what is expected of them, there won't be any need for delay. If the aviation authority has said, okay, only those who are traveling, they may be with 1 or 2 persons, are supposed to enter into the airport. Yes, others can wait, but you see that people don't want to wait, and we have so many other. Then apart from so many other frictions we experience too in the course of doing that. Then as far as the Interpol is concerned, I think we have been having very good cooperation, even with the aviation, because most of the time they are the one receiving us. So, and we need their cooperation.
From the back.
Most of the time when some people are deported, like now, maybe some people who are illegal immigrants or who don't have any legitimate stay in a particular in a foreign country are deported. We have to profile them. So the Ncaa has been trying their best. They have been cooperating with us because most of the time they will call us. Then we also work together in the area of joint training, capacity building, sharing of information, just like somebody mentioned a couple of minutes ago. Joint training. Then apart from that, we perform joint tasks together from time to time, sharing of ideas and so on and so forth. And I think this is one of such forum. So I think so far we have been trying. Then on the issue of this extortion, just like I said, we have been talking to our men. Not only talking to them, we visit them, we monitor them, bumper to bumper monitoring. And there is a very, very, very effective and robust internal mechanism through which we check the excesses of our men. And we have also been telling them that make sure you operate within your mandate. Don't go beyond your mandate. If you are asked to stay outside, remain outside. And questions that do not concern you. However, I also want to corroborate what my colleague said here, that notwithstanding that some of these our entities, security agencies, they have specific mandates, but there is an overlap. You cannot avoid it. And that's why most of the time we write to 1 or 2 agencies, please give us information pertaining to this. All these are very, very important, especially when it comes to profiling. In fact, the questions are open-ended when it comes to profiling of a particular person. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you say, audience, that despite the measures put in place by the police force, would you say that the professionalism of their officers have improved? No, I need us to be honest about it. Don't just scream zero. If you have experienced positives from them, I'd like to hear that as well, please. Because they need to leave now. I want you to tell them,
Once again, Dr. Karim, yeah, I have to say this. Police have actually done a better job in recent time. I believe, can you give them a round of applause, please? 10, 15, 20 years ago, they are bashed. But in the last 2-3 years, I've seen improvement, both internally and externally. I believe if they are given the technology to work, if they are given the tools to work, I think a lot of their issues will be resolved. Like walkie-talkie, like good communication system, like good vehicle. I think they will do a better job. The same thing with NDLA. I see them on the news. They are doing wonderful, busting, arresting. But when they arrest people 3, 4, 5 times, and they keep on, what happened? Because the justice system caught. I mean, I'm speaking for you, please. They release these people. They give them 3 years. By 6 months, they're out doing the same thing. It's not NDLA. It is court. It is prosecutor. So I think our agency are doing better, but I think we need to be empowered, including immigration too. I mean, so as far as NDLA is concerned, please use technology, use dogs, use scanner. If you use those things, your job will be a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to sign off with the 2 of them. Please, a round of applause for them. We appreciate your coming. Accept the highest regards of the DGCA, please. No. No time. Let's take people's time, please. To replace take their place on the panel, I'd like to invite Francis Ekeng, CEO Bristec Technologies, who are the company is applying technology, blockchain technology, to help us resolve totally the issue of passenger refunds and compensations while at the terminal. Francis Ekeng, please. Is he here? Yeah, okay. Yes. I'm the representative of the CEO, the chairman of United Nigeria Airlines. So, pardon me, I didn't catch the name. Yes, please. Let's go. So, back to our regular questions. You first, then you.
Thank you very much.
Can we kindly keep our questions, next set of questions, very, very brief, please, so that we can close? Thank you.
My question comes back to, it's been repeatedly said by the young lady on the stage, about cash refunds, cash refunds, cash refunds. I mean, I don't know when I've been able to get more than 10 or 20,000 naira at the bank. It's not because my balance is that. It's just that's what they can only give you. So what I want to say is cash refunds pose a challenge for airlines. If I must refund a complete aircraft of passengers with refunds in cash, I need 18 million on the station.
I don't agree, sir. I don't agree. Most people who pay cash, paid cash just before that flight, that same day.
Oh, if you're talking like that, yes.
Yes.
But
you do not need 18 million naira because if your flight has 100 passengers, for instance, not everybody paid by cash.
Yeah.
You're not paying. You don't need 18 million naira to pay back everybody.
Oh, okay. Then I stand corrected. I thought it was passengers must be refunded in cash. No. If they purchase the ticket and the flight is delayed, cancelled, yes, the money is there. Understandable. Now, coming to Ncaa, the last time we met, I mentioned that Ncaa should be part of this whole equation. Refunds, as I said then, with travel agents goes through the BSP, and the BSP can take up to 2 weeks for that refund to be processed. It can even take longer because of the billing periods. So that is when passengers will need to wait until the agent gets the funds through the BSP. Because if a ticket even if it's processed on the 1st of the month by the airline, they will only get that credit as a travel agent around the 15th, 16th of the month when it's processed, and they will only have the effect of that cash at the end of the month through the BSP. So that is one thing. There is, as I said before, there is an arrangement through IATA that airlines will not refund travel agents' tickets because they could have been issued for a corporate client, the passenger may not have paid the agent, and for the airline to reimburse, that money is not there. The other point was mentioned here by Amaka, that...
One house, please. Thank you.
That, I've lost track of the point. Okay, let me just come back. To refunds, it's not as easy as it may sound. Because there's processes airlines have to follow through. Also, you never know who you are refunding the ticket because as we were speaking, we have these people at the airports that will purchase tickets on behalf of a passenger. And those people that purchase these tickets will use their own contact details. Therefore, when you go and look, you have a passenger Smith that's traveling, and you have a email address that's to Joan.
One house, please.
Let's
pay attention.
So, and that person would have given that agent at the airport the money. So therefore, the money that you have to refund is rightfully the passenger's money, but your contact is this person at the airport. So there are a lot of checks we need to do. So I wouldn't be saying refunding cash, refund as quick as possible. There are processes to be followed. It's just that perhaps airlines need to just have a stronger refund policy within their company. Refunds will be done within X number of days so that passengers are told and they can get their funds, please. Thank you very much.
Respond very quickly. Take the mic to that guy. Well, hold on for Efeko's response, please.
Well, the regulation says that refunds done via bank transfers, online transactions must be done within 14 days. I think that your airline should streamline its process to ensure that refunds are done within 14 days. Then refunds for tickets purchased via travel agencies, we understand that, yes, there's some complexities with that. But I also understand that there's some arrangements with the travel agent so that if the airline is not giving the agent that cash, the agent can make that refund and get the refund back in whatever means and whatever timelines, because it's supposed to be a pool of funds for ticket purchases, right? So that arrangement is in place, and I understand that can be done with the travel agencies. Again, we know that some travel agents, non-registered agents, don't put the right information while purchasing tickets. And this is why we have engaged Ncaa several times to tell them to tell their agents, you know, if you're buying a ticket for a passenger, please ensure that the passenger's details are duly registered on the ticket purchase so that when these kind of things happen, you know, it makes the process easier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ifeko, for that. Yeah. I was going to respond to you that yes, there are refunds on BSP. Yes, there are refunds on GDS. Most of the domestic flight refunds are on BSP, and they take about 2 weeks, sometimes a bit longer. But I assure you that if you are a passenger and you buy your ticket from a certified travel agency, like an IATA certified travel agency, he will give you your refund immediately because he knows that your refund will be processed by IATA. So most of the time, at the point of refund, you'll find the airline making a request, to buy another airline. So that's really not the issue. The issues really come from those people that you think are Ncaa certified agents that tout at the airports, right? We won't take responsibility for them, but we will start a campaign that would separate us from them. So eventually, you will know that they are not us. Yeah. So I hope that addresses.
Yeah, Francis, very quickly before this guy speaks, please. There's a microphone by your side, Francis.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just to quickly make an contribution to this discussion, I'd like to say that every customer journey in any industry can never be completed just by one entity in that ecosystem. Now, the customer experience we're discussing here, though we're looking at the airline, but cannot be resolved exclusively by the airline. Now, this is where a third-party entity might come in. I just want to pose a question to our minds. Imagine that we had the chance to reinvent money or cash in a way. I don't think we're going, in today's modern world, I don't think we're going to start with coins and notes, essentially. Now, because we started spending money by cash and notes, coins and notes, that mindset, we are still carrying that mindset along with us even in 2024 and beyond. This is where technology gets in the way. How can we refund a customer or a passenger? Shouldn't be that difficult if we have technology in the play. A third-party entity can come in to bridge that gap between the airline and, of course, whether the customer bought the ticket by cash, by card, or however the customer had, accessed the airline. The key thing is that the customer had a ticket, and the airline has confirmed that I received cash from you by whatever arrangement through my agent or through your cash transaction. So they got that clear, issued you a ticket. Now, at the point of refund, you need a cash cancellation, or however that might happen. There should be a platform, NCA platform portal, where you could go to and you cancel a ticket and impute your detail of that ticket, and it routes that information to the airline appropriately to confirm, is this your ticket? Is this a valid ticket? Is this ticket valid for refund? All the information. All the airline needs to do is say, yes, it's my ticket, it's valid for refund. And the platform asks you, how much are you refunding this customer or this passenger? Maybe you're taking administrative taxes, charges, or whatever it is. You put the amount there and you plug it back. The system remits it. Somebody intermediates that. Because in today's world where the cost of ticket is so exorbitant, it's difficult for we're all flyers here. If you miss your flight for some reason and you need to buy another ticket, another 180, 70,000, it's not easy. Now, what this could do is makes that cash available to you as long as the airline has confirmed it. And you impute your detail. What is BVN for? What is your NIN detail for? What are all these details and data we collect globally for? You can tie this in and we can make a very positive use of this data. Now, the discussion we're having in the room here is still bordering around the old legacy framework. How are we still going to be looking at cash? Oh, we don't have cash in the till. The vault has, the Treasury Department of the airline has closed. This is happening. No, it shouldn't be like that. I think this discussion is talking about how do we adopt technology? How do we redefine some of these parameters? How do we see the customer? How do we see the other entities of the airport agencies that decide or gives this customer a perfect experience? I think this is what we should be. We should spend some more time along these discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on all existing protocol. My name is Tosin from Obagaorin Travels. I'm a member of Ncaa as well. I just want us to deviate a bit. There is a potential trouble that is coming into the market. It's already in the market. And I would want to draw the attention of the Ncaa to it. If we did not address it now, the most interesting thing about what we are discussing here is we are all customers. Whether you are a travel agent, whether you are from Ncaa or from the airline, we are all customers. It started some years ago that some airlines decided to sell in USD. And it has grown from one airline to 2 and now to 3. In a Nigerian market where our default currency is Naira, most salaries are paid in Naira. We transact with IATA in Naira. We sell tickets for other airlines in Naira. And these exclusive airlines, so to say, decide to say, we want to sell in USD. I want to know, stand to be corrected, is there any policy from the Ncaa angle that determines what currency the airline operates in our market? As a travel agent, like I said, IATA certified, we have a point of sales. Our point of sales, me, is Lagos. And by default, my currency for settlement is in NGN, which is in Naira. But we have some airlines today that their default currency for sales is in USD. And they put that pressure on both the consumer and we, the agent, to go and source for dollar before we can trade on the platform. If you permit me, sir.
Okay, sir.
Ncaa has already written officially
about this.
And it is being treated. Just like when you have a case in court, you don't go and preempt.
Okay, let's take that aside. Thank you, Mr. President.
Keep your next question very brief, please.
Yeah,
thank
you. The second question is, we can see today that tickets sold from, let's say, our partners outside Nigeria, originating from Nigeria, tends to be cheaper than when we, the direct partners of the airline that flies from Nigeria here, when we are buying. For instance,
if I'm buying a ticket that flies to, let's say, outside Nigeria as a Nigerian travel agency, I want to believe if any partner of airline is going to sell anything cheaper, it should be me, the official partner in the local settings. It becomes very unreasonable if you, as the director of Ncaa, now have to leave me, a Nigerian travel agency, to buy your ticket from a travel agency in Abidjan, in Accra, in Poland, just because the rate I'm giving you to pay in Naira does not make sense to you, because those airlines are flying from Nigeria, but the sellers are outside Nigeria. Is there any regulation that says out of border sales can be controlled? I want to know. Thank you.
Ifeko. Last question. His last question. Yeah, hold on.
Can I help?
Issues. Go ahead, speak.
Okay, let me help there. Just like the director has said, yeah, we had written these letters to Ncaa, yeah. There are issues that we would go into further meetings with them and discuss, right, and explain to them so that they understand, you know, the dynamics of it and the implications of it. However, we thank you for raising it, but rest assured that just like it has been confirmed, that these issues are being addressed. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Also remember that some of these questions are not for consumer protection. In the Ncaa, we have different directorates. Issues surrounding airfare mostly are DATR related issues, you know. And so what we do, you know, at times like this is to take what you have said, then I need to speak with the appropriate directors and get better responses for you.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you so much. I want to commend you again. This is the second time I think I've been here with this arrangement. You are doing very well.
Thank you.
Please keep it up. This is, my name is Thank God, and I'm also from that man's territory, Ncaa. I want to thank you again. I am an airline staff, so I think I have more experience. Some time ago, I was going for summer holiday, and I noticed there are some cancellation of flights. Just like what we have been discussing, some of those flights are being cancelled either as a result of the airline or as a result of maybe Nigerian government or one thing or another. But I discovered it was a very tough one. And most of those ones, which are also cancelled as a result of probably the situation at the airport or whatsoever, was left alone for the airline facing the consumers. Most of those consumers, it was a tough one for them. So I want to make an appeal to Ncaa, to FAN. Don't leave it alone for the airline to face these customers alone at the airport. The reason is because it was like a big war. I have to wage some fight, and it was a big challenge at the airport. So I will appeal with you why you also look at that other side for the sake of our consumers. Try and join that force together to see that that is handled. Then the major thing I want to come up to plead with, sir, there's something very vital that I said. Many agencies have to be paying debts that they didn't inherit. And why are they paying these debts? Because the customer does not know even the airline. They know the travel agent. Now, the president said over 51 million is stuck somewhere. I know that at a point he has to have series of meetings when he resumed power with some of the airlines. And at intervals, we have to start pleading with the government to pay the travel funds, to make sure that the airlines are seated and are standing in the industry. You are the consumer protection, and you are doing very well. A situation that the agents, most of them have to go on bankrupt because they are beginning to pay those customers who does not know the airline. And some of those money over 51 million is still pending and trapped, which are the agency fund. I will appeal with you, sir. Use your good office. Work with our president and work with us, sir, to see that these trap funds will come back to you in any way you want us to come back with you, so that the agents can breathe. Like, let the young breathe, according to the slogan of the president.
With regards to...
Yes, sir.
Thank you. With regards to airlines no longer operating in Nigeria,
yes, sir,
those issues have been raised at the highest level.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the Honorable Minister himself
okay.
is looking into the matter.
Fantastic.
He has even said that on national television.
Fantastic.
With airlines that are still operational, we can only deal with cases you have brought to us officially.
Okay, sir.
And now, you see, it's part of why I was a little bit, I faced that man. And by the way, Ncaa member at the back, I don't know your name. Accept my apologies if you feel attacked.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I have a good relationship with Ncaa, or at least your president. And it's part of why also I don't want Ncaa to mention certain things here, because even though it's supposed to be no holds barred, to speak about these issues would be to, you will look at it the same way he look at the way I spoke with him. Because the cases you have brought to me, you have a lot of questions to answer yourselves.
Okay.
It borders around what Chigirl and somebody else had mentioned about either not reading terms and conditions properly or applying sentiment to simple business. I'll give you an example. The one, Ncaa president, sir. Yes, the one I recently wrote a letter.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I've gotten feedback from the airline.
Yeah.
And the feedback is they will not budge. And you want to look at the terms and conditions of those purchases. And it's why I keep speaking about professionalism. That your members involved in that transaction ought to have done better. That's the simple truth. The airline is right. Business-wise. Your people are asking now, let's look for a political or emotional solution. Yeah. But you see, in that regard, it's not an entitlement for you to get anything. Yes. It's not, because the conditions are clear in that particular matter. You may want to stand there and call that trap funds, but is it really true? Is it right from the perspective of the airline? Would you call that trap funds? That's why I'm making the demarcations now. I'm saying with regards to airlines that are no longer operational, your trap funds are being discussed. Okay. That we can focus on and try to muscle our way through. But with some of these issues, we need to look for ways to use relationship.
Thank you, sir.
To solve them.
You are doing well, sir.
So please be patient.
I want to refer back to one question, one comment he made.
Please, there are other people.
Just one question, just one.
Yes.
I want to say that maybe with my experience over 20 years in ticketing and in travels, I don't see the possibility for any travel agent to do a refund for a ticket that is being cancelled at the airport. Sir, it is the only thing that could be done. The only thing that could be done is, if those tickets are issued online, it is only just to send like a mail, whatever it is, with your account details, and the airline will do that refund. If those tickets are issued on PSP, if any travel agency go and do that refund, he will get an ADM, debit memo, because that ticket has automatically moved to a no-show. And so the only people that have the prerogative to do those refunds is in the power of the airline. So even if the ticket is bought by the agent or issued at the airport by the agent, it is important that it is on note that the airline should collaborate with, that means partnership with the agents, to ensure that they can either give a waiver code, whatever they can do, but not to request that the agent should do it from his end. That would not work. And finally, Matt, to you, this is a question. I heard you said that when the customer comes to the airport, you will show him the email, the days, and say, this is what we have. Please, Matt, for confidentiality and partnership with your agent. It will not tell well. I have gotten good feedback when the airline calls and says, sorry, your person is here, or something that has to do with your person. Showing most of those things to the customer, not that it's bad. When the customer already comes to the counter, there is an agent that have issued the ticket. And that agent is the person you sent out, which is us. We represent you, we are your eye. If there's any challenges that comes to the airport, you have to either work with us to look at that situation, to resolve it together as partners. But if there's a need, my own concern, sorry sir, I'm rounding up. If there's a need where you will need to talk to the agent, because it has happened that at the end of it all, the agent called and said, I was told, the airline said you didn't do it well. The airline said you have messed it up. I want us to still work into cooperation, partnership, and collaboration, and make it better as partners and not as...
This wasn't a question, no. This is passengers. This is a travel agent telling the airline they don't want to take responsibility for...
Sorry.
That's what I say.
I will have to respond to that, please.
Thank you very much.
Why are there no women asking questions, by the way? Okay, I'll respond quickly, please.
Okay, yes. Maybe, okay, I don't know if we're all aware, we and Ncaa are getting into a closer relationship as we speak. When I say that because when we see the email address and the customer is saying, nobody told me, the customer does not tell us it's a travel agent that bought his ticket. Then we just see the email against the person's booking and we say, this is the email on your booking. We definitely sent an email to you and this is the email we sent to you. Then that's when the customer, as an afterthought, now says, oh, that's my travel agent. So we have no means of knowing that it's a travel agent detail, but, yes. Then, apart from that, I also want to clarify something. I recall that part of the questions asked earlier was, how come the airlines have different fares quoted and different build-ups when they come to pay for the ticket? I also want to clarify this and state that the airlines, like I know about us and a few others, subscribe to a passenger service system. And it depends on how the passenger service system is configured. That is how it works. Some of us use the same passenger service system, and that is how it is. We have had a passenger service system before that what you display is what you pay at the end of the day. That passenger service system became inefficient. Well, it wasn't supportive enough for the kind of business we now do. So we had to migrate to another one. Migrating to another one has a different way of configuring its fares. It has its fares and then it has a build-up pattern that it uses. We have no control over that. That is how that system is set up. It has no plan to, hoodwink the customer or deceive you or anything. That's just the way that system is set up. So just said to put it out there. And I hope that answers the question that was earlier implied.
Before the next question, please. The person representing or speaking for passengers here today is First Baba Isa. He's not on the panel, but so far, sir, will you say that you're satisfied with the answers you've been getting?
They say just say yes. Well, I'm certified, I'm being enlightened, and that brings me to a question I want to ask Madam Ofeko. Is that correct? Ifweko. Okay, because my assumption, which I want you to confirm or deny, is that there is a component or one of the duties and functions of Ncaa or CBD is to sensitize the public. Because I was very satisfied with the presentation. You came out in black and white, showing us graphically the responsibilities of the airlines and our own responsibilities too. So these things you showed us are things that most people don't know. And though we have a culture where teachers that have the responsibility to teach students tend to mock students when students don't know. We have a culture where teachers brag that you will never pass my subject, not knowing that my inability to pass your subject is evidence of your incompetence. So if I don't know, nobody should use my ignorance as a shield. It is actually a commentary on the failure of an agency who is supposed to educate me that I failed. So I don't know which that agency is. That's the question. Do Nigerians know this? Most Nigerians don't. And if they don't, who is supposed to educate them? And if they are not educated, should my ignorance be used as a sword or a shield against me? That is one, sir. One thing. No, this one is for you. This one is for you. Now, you said something about, okay, was it you or you could have said something that the Ncaa or the CBD don't take up a matter unless it's reported to them, right? Now, it's still related. Are there channels on social media that this report can be taken, or is manual that I must come to the office?
Baba Isa, you're a lawyer. You have represented me sometimes in court. You taught me, sir, that ignorance is not an excuse in law. He taught me so. So when you say your ignorance cannot be used against you in the case of an airline, I don't know what to say to you. Because really, it's our duty to educate. It's our duty to create awareness. For instance, Baba Isa, you are here today. Your first comment now was you've now been educated, better educated. For everybody in life, there's a first time. If today be the day that you have become aware of your rights and responsibilities, so be it. We thank God for that. Tomorrow, it will be the turn of another passenger because we will not stop. Yesterday, we had a road show to all the terminals. Well, bar one, and then this engagement today is not the first this year. It's not the second or the third. So the question, we're on TV, we're on social media, we're on X, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on LinkedIn, we're everywhere. We have jingles out there. We have TV appearances, we have flyers, we're on billboards. As you approach the Abuja International Airport, the billboard over the toll gate, you see our ads there. Yesterday on arrival at domestic baggage area, I'd seen a phone number for the ad company, and I'd called them because we intend to put ads in every baggage area in every terminal across Nigeria. The question still will come back to, are people paying attention to these things? Well, you cannot say they are. I give you an instance. The lady who made the viral Turkish Air complaint the other day, on their site, it states clearly that for you to access your accommodation inside Turkey, you must possess a consular visa from Nigeria. That information is there. But if you don't read it, you purchase your ticket. And by the way, most Nigerians want to always go for the lowest fares. Of course, understandably. But in purchasing that ticket, you already know the number of hours of layover you are going to have. You knew this before you purchased the ticket. You also know that without that consular visa, you cannot access your accommodation entitlement, and you purchase it. And then you go there, then suddenly it dawns on you, man, 21 hours is a long time to wait. And then you begin to go and make a video. In this kind of scenario, who is to blame? Is it about ignorance? Because I did summon the airline, and in their defense, they did show, say, this information is actually there. But also to make it easier for the passengers, we said to the airline, make sure that this becomes a drop down just before payment is made for your ticket, so that nobody can come and claim tomorrow they did not see it. But the truth is that information is being put out regularly, and we'll keep doing more, we'll keep doing better. There's room for improvement. Yes. Next question.
All right, thank you. My question is, I just want to be enlightened. I know FAN is a government parastatal, ditto for NCAA. Is there any law that allows NCAA? I know there will be conflicting issues within the aviation government parastatals. Is there any law that allows NCAA to technically regulate FAN?
It's not technically. The NCAA regulates the industry.
Regulates the industry. Okay, so which means NCAA is allowed even to sanction FAN when they, okay. Then, because from the complaint, because for me, based on this topic, the airlines are equally consumers to NCAA. Then the NCAA should man up its responsibility to allow the airline service the public better. That is my submission, 1. 2, I want to direct this to the airlines. Virgin and IBOM as the face of the airlines here. For us travel agents, you should have this at the back of your mind. We're your number one consumers. And lately, we are not treated as consumers, neither as partners. And I will start from a very simple approach. Why is it difficult for the airlines to bring back the old-time religion? I've been an advocate for this for years. You find it difficult for the airlines to say, patronize your recognized or accredited Ncaa travel agencies. On board, all they do is go to the website. And unfortunately, what is displayed, the inventory displays on the website of the airline is cheaper than what is on the GDS. So what is the essence of us? Say we are partners. Don't call us partners. Let us know you want to trample us. We need to be truthful. You have never said it in years, close to 10 years. In those days, 70s, 80s, always, it is a mandate through Ncaa. Patronize your accredited travel agency. And we had a forum where we said, you can metamorphose to a Ncaa certified, that will help us reduce quackery in the industry. And this is not done till date. I've been, especially, even if we are to blame the international airlines, how much more our own domestic carriers are not part of travel agencies here?
Okay, I think your point is made. Let them answer because of time, please.
Okay, thank you.
The other persons, thank you so much. Why are you turning travel agents to hustlers?
I'm actually a little bit surprised. Maybe I might ask Mr. Falami to answer this, because I know that, yes, because I know we've had extensive conversations with Ncaa. We do not at all or in any way, trample on what is yours. And actually, there's a little bit more engagement we've been having with Ncaa. I'm speaking on behalf of IBOM Air. Yeah. So maybe he might affirm to some of the things, and maybe in some way, so that you don't hear it from me.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Falami, before you proceed, are you saying every domestic airline, because others are here, she can speak for IBOM, if they need to answer, all of them?
One of the fact is, what is displayed on the website of most of the domestic airlines here is 5 miles one on the GDS.
Okay, so all the airlines are culpable. Yes. Okay, Arik is here.
Okay, let me speak for IBOM Air first, right?
Hold on. Let the airlines defend themselves, then you speak. United is here. Hold on, please. Let United answer.
I'm very sure he may not be talking about United. I'm not sure he's talking about United. We have a very good relationship with Nantan. There's a program you are even running the next month. National conference somewhere. So we have good relationship with them. We also advertise them. And we also have a very good product for them, for all the registered agents. It's all this refund we are talking about, they don't have refund issues. Once you are a registered agent, it's an automatic refund for them. So we have a very good relationship with you. And our prices that you see on the system is the prices you see. It's different from like she was describing, PSS. So it depends on the type of PSS we use. The one we are using is same price and same what you buy, what you see, what you buy. Thank you.
Can any Ncaa agent confirm what he said? Because you just said all domestic airlines. Most. So United is absolved of any. Okay, thank you. Arik.
What Tokumbo is saying, Director, sorry sir. What Dr. Dagunduru is saying, DP2, is that they stopped to use that payoff, patronize your accredited travel agency. So that's what he's saying. Yeah, it doesn't mean that we don't have good relationship.
Country don't they hard for everybody, even airlines they hustle. Okay, Arik, please.
Thank you, Mr. Director. For us in Arik, concerning Ncaa, I think it would be very unfair for them to make such a statement to say what we sell on our website is actually higher than what they get on the GDS. For us in Arik, it's contrary to that. GDS get cheaper fares than what we sell on our airline. Thank you.
I like to think that Ncaa will still have to hold meetings with airlines.
No, Arik is not on GDS. So that thing is a bit faulty. Arik is not on GDS.
Okay. Okay, hello. Can we have further questions for the other panelists, please? And please, let's spread these questions so that every panelist can contribute. Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to comment on the issue of use of technology that they mentioned on the use of blockchain technology and artificial intelligence. We're here today, and when I came into the room, I look at what is on the screen now, achieving increased adoption of digital technology in air travel customer complaint. And I think I was discussing with my president.
Less noise, please.
Other colleagues, that it seems what we're here to discuss is about how to use technology to handle complaints. And I begin to think within me what are areas that I need to contribute. But we later saw that what we are discussing is a legacy means of resolving complaints. And for me, it's not a bad thing because we're still very much more far away when it comes to technology. And I won't blame us still discussing legacy means of handling technology. And just like what the director said, emotional blackmail cannot resolve complaints. And most time we tend to be emotional about it and you're ignorant and whatever. But what I want to say is this. Until we're able to resolve the tickling issue around use of a legacy system, a way of resolving complaint, I don't think we will be able to use the case of a blockchain technology, because the way you discussed it and presented it, yeah, it's very sweet, it's very lovely without human interaction in solving problems. But today in Nigeria, I think we are much more far away, and I would challenge the directors and the Ncaa on how to leverage on what he said and maybe develop a framework whereby we get to that level of coming to you directly or picking issues, maybe interacting. I'm even looking forward to a situation where airline and your complaint website using technology, we have direct interaction with possibly our GDS and Ncaa or customers, such as when there are issues, the technology can easily pick it up and distribute it. I don't know, maybe that's the area we're going. Distribute it, and we can get things resolved. And the ones that are not resolved can be picked up as an exceptional report and look into it differently. Thank you.
We are already in conversations with Ncaa to see how the Ncaa can fully regulate Ncaa. Ncaa have approached us. The conversations will continue depending on how serious or how badly Ncaa want that to happen. When that happens, the Ncaa, with regards to Ncaa at this point, mostly our role is mediatory, right? With regards to your relationship with airlines, airfares, and all of those things. But the extent of our role in the operations of Ncaa will become better streamlined when those discussions advance. That's one. With regards to BreezeTech, Mr. Francis, he's been here very recently with stakeholders. All the airlines, domestic airlines, were here. They've listened to his propositions. Before he met with them, he had been, along with 9 other companies, had been discussing with the Ncaa. As of this moment, the Ncaa has a tentative no objection to his idea, where he's supposed to meet with each airline individually, discuss with them, and they can help him better streamline to suit their individual operations. And then we can proceed from there. It's workable. We cannot continue to tell ourselves that anything technology cannot work for Nigerians. Yeah. Apart from it being diminishing, as per the intelligence of Nigerians, if it works elsewhere, why can't it work here? Yes, we need to deal with the basics and get them right as well. But we must advance and advance very, very quickly too. Because the rest of the world will leave us behind. Don't forget, aviation is global. The world cannot be supersonic. And then we're still discussing just the basic issues. But, we can move at pace, but we must also strive to attain that level of excellence really, really quickly. If the banks can achieve what they did in Nigeria, we can do it. You do realize that Nigeria has one of the best banking systems in the world. Mm-hmm. You may not know it or appreciate it now until you try to do some transfer issues abroad. Then you will know what you have here. But we'll keep improving, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
So, Ncaa need to be involved in that technological.
Yes. Francis and
Yes, we are already communicating. He has taken.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Next question, please. No ladies in here. Or aviation, women in aviation don't ask questions.
DG, please, can I just quickly make
very briefly, of course, I know you, Francis.
Very much. Just to mention something, in a country of over 200 million people, I'll make it clear that there is nothing we can resolve manually for a large population of that size. Okay? Like the DG has just mentioned, like the director has just mentioned, Nigeria banking system is one of the best in the world. Now, it didn't happen overnight. It was with time. Now, we are struggling from this conversation talking about your association and how you guys can be integrated and still see relevance. Now, the reality is this. Technology is changing and customer behavior, customers are following the trend of tech. They want better service, quicker services, faster, easier, cheaper. Now, how do you as an organization feel into that? Otherwise, more customers you see are beginning to buy or patronize the airline directly. Now, that is actually cutting part of your cake. Now, what it means is that you have to upgrade your service level in the market to customers. Now, if you want to continue to play the same way you were playing previously with the same standard of service, and you want to maintain that in a digital world, customers will morph away from you and go directly into other channels where they find better services, quicker service, and all of that. So it's very important you just take note of that. Technology, like he said, is playing relevant roles in very complicated market than customer service, even in medical field, in so many areas. So definitely we can improve customer experience in the aviation industry using technology.
We're going to be leaving here by 4 p.m. That's in 10 minutes. We can only take 2 more questions, if any at all. Otherwise, we'll have the panelists give their closing remarks. And then, okay, is that Koiki? Give him a mic, please. And then there's a lady. No lady. Okay, this gentleman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olusegun Koiki. I write for Daily Independent newspaper. My question is directed at Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, the CPD. Over time, we discovered that some of the Nigerian airlines are consistently pushed out false on-time departure to the public. But whenever we get statistics from Ncaa, for instance, the executive summary, you will discover that it is at, they are poles apart. Anything? What Ncaa now?
Finish your question, please, quickly.
Okay. That you discover that the statistics obtained from Ncaa, it's pulled apart from whatever the airlines are dishing out to the public. For instance, some airlines can give you 90% on-time departure, 85%, but when you now get the executive summary, you discover that those airlines parading 85, 90 barely do 50 or 60% on-time departure. So the question, sir, is what is Ncaa doing to dissuade such practices among the Nigerian airlines? Thank you.
Data and statistics is one of the places where, the areas where I would readily take responsibility and refuse to defend even my organization. We have a data problem in Nigeria and cuts across board. But this is part of why the CPD portal is in play, to take care of the issue of data and statistics. We have consumer protection officers at every 23 airport terminals in Nigeria who for so long have been imputing data manually. We have WhatsApp groups. There's no time any flight takes off, lands, is delayed in Nigeria that I do not know or read about instantly. However, it's been a problem computing these things in a manner that really helps. At our level, in our own space, we are trying to resolve this problem. We want to take responsibility for it as Ncaa. I can't speak for the airlines. In any case, as Ncaa, I should not be resorting to the airlines for data when we have our data statistics unit. We are improving our methods of collecting data, and I can assure you that before the middle of next year, the issue of data and statistics through the Ncaa will be a totally different issue. We will be more efficient. That you have my word on that. We are not playing about it. But yes, there is a data problem in the aviation industry, and it's not just the Ncaa. I'm sure by the time we touchlight the airlines, we'll find out that there may be discrepancies with their data as well. There's Ncaa, there's a whole lot of us. On the government side, we have this problem, but we'll resolve it. There's someone, yes, passing the mic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Williams Isaac. I'm with PB Jets. My question is, according to Annex 19, which is the Consumer Protection, 22, Section 2226 has to do with complaining and determination of complaints. Now, this question is directly to the airlines. How does the airline handle situation involving passengers' dissatisfaction in flight? In flight. Thank you very much.
Is Amaka going to answer that question? Or you want to ask it again? Please let her hear. She was distracted, please. Ask your question again very quickly.
Okay, my question is, this is directly to the airlines. How does the airlines handle situation involving passengers' dissatisfaction within in-flight service or amenities? In-flight. We are just talking about pre-flight. Now I'm asking in-flight. What happens?
Okay. Passenger dissatisfaction on board during the flights. I want to believe that's what you're talking about. It's not something we're that happens with us all the time. We very rarely have issues with passenger dissatisfaction on board. But if we do get passenger dissatisfaction, we don't shy away from feedback at all. We take on all kinds of feedback. Even we scour social media to pick up feedback of any kind, and we address it. But more often than not, I must state that passengers are quite pleased with our services in the cabin. We hardly hear anything of an issue in the cabin. The only areas where we've had issues will probably be cases of maybe unruly passengers, unruly customers on board who refuse to comply with laid down regulations on board the aircraft. And in such cases, we're not trying to satisfy these customers. We're trying to get them to comply. And where that fails, we will have to invite higher authorities to deal with that. I hope this answers your question.
Yes. Unfortunately, we cannot take any further questions. There's media interviews outside.
Briefly,
yes,
sir.
Yes, please.
My name is Stephen Falegon. I represent Middle East Airlines. We fly from Lagos, Nigeria to Beirut, our home country. Now, my question, or probably suggestion too, homes in on the first speaker. All the speakers spoke eloquently and succinctly. But the one I want to really home in on is about the human capital being well honed. We know that aviation industry is being affected and regulated and promoted by technology, so to say. But at the end of the day, it is still a contact business. You buy your ticket online or wherever, and you come to the airport, you have to make contact with personnel at the airport. This is where the passenger encounters problem. We have talked about ethics at the airport. We are talking about holding capital, human capital. I want to ask if Ncaa, particularly this directorate, has solution to how every stakeholder, airline, airport authority, the agencies, government agencies, how they treat and prepare their staff in terms of remuneration. Because passengers come to the airport till tomorrow, passengers will prepare themselves for contingency and put money at their back pocket for that contingency. And people will come and still ask for money. Is it that we are insatiable or there is a problem there? that we are glozing over. For example, she said that people will be thanking her and presenting tissue papers, and told her truth several times. Of note, we know that these people, some of them, they are paid peanuts, and they don't pay them regularly. Some of their companies are owing them 3, 4, 5 months salary, and when they pay, they will pay maybe party sum. And you want this to come to the airport, and they are not obsequious or patronizing. I don't know whether we have answers to that.
The Ncaa is not, we don't concern ourselves with remuneration in airlines and the staff you're talking about. It's not our business, really. Sorry? Technical. No, the people he's speaking to directly, cleaners at the airport, that's not the purview of the Ncaa. It may not even be fun. If that is concessioned, it's not even a fun issue at all. You know, I also the issue of begging and extortion at the airport, I think it's more of a cultural problem. It's not about remuneration. The people, the agencies you accuse of extorting you, if their minimum wage is increased to 2 million naira monthly today, they'll still extort you. I have been to countries where their citizens are way poorer than Nigerians. They don't do that. So it's a cultural issue that must be addressed differently and holistically, because it's not just in aviation. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. So it's not an Ncaa issue. Though anywhere it concerns us, we'll do our jobs. You know. I want to thank you all, please. What? ITV, what? Are you speaking to me? Okay, please. On behalf of the DG, I must thank you, everybody, for staying so long and not getting tired of us, you know. And please do not get tired every time we invite you, because the truth is that there's no single meeting that's going to resolve all of these issues. I mean, these things took years to deteriorate. We can't resolve them in 1 year. But we'll keep engaging. Please, even where solutions to certain issues are slow, do not think that they are not being looked at. We are discussing these issues. With regards to FAN and the other agencies, yes, we regulate them. But just like we do with the airlines as well, we must manage and strike a balance. Because, you know, airlines owe us money too. You know, airlines, they don't fly passengers on credit, but they owe us billions. I mean, about another airline that has been selling tickets for routes they have not even begun to fly yet. But yes, we are looking into all of this. There's a lot of sharp practices across board, really. We will one at a time. And you see, because in dealing with systemic rot, it has to be facial, right? You deal with them one after, otherwise you rock the boat too much, you destroy the entire industry. We will do the best that we can do and then leave the stage for hoping that whoever comes next, there will be continuity, right? Thank you so much for coming. We will definitely see you again. Unlike the airlines, we didn't keep you waiting 6 hours before we serve the refreshment. Don't forget. You will not clap very well for us. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Panelists, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, madam. Sir, thank you so much. Francis, I appreciate you. Mr. Folami, thank you so much. And if you're too, God bless you. Yes.
I am Mrs. Pero.
Can we have just one set of pictures on stage with director and the panelists very quickly? Let's just do one set of pictures with director and the panelists on stage. And right after that, the voice you hear from me is Mrs. Sylvia Pero, who's the GM. Yes. So we're just going to wait for the picture session very quickly.
Yes.
Paparazzi, please take your picture.
Good evening.
Mr. Pero, we're going to wait 1 second. We're going to wait after this picture.
Okay, as the picture is going on and is off now, I want to use this opportunity to thank us all. Thank you very much for coming. We will pray to meet another time. Thank you so much. God bless us all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We pray that everyone will have safe trip back to their national back to their various destinations. And we're going to do the last stanza of the national anthem in closing, ladies and gentlemen. Please make sure you eat so you can have strength to sing the last stanza of the national anthem. All right. If we can have the music, let's just play it.
Our flag shall be a
The national anthem is on, ladies and gentlemen. Respect your country.
In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Hey, yeah. You're the only one consistent love in my heart, I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause no idea is profound enough to heal the hurt inside. Oh no. You're the only one consistent truth in my heart, and holding the night. You keep me coming to ya. You keep me running right back to ya. Speak louder than words. Ideologies mean nothing when you need something.